Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Public Service Commission of South Carolina. We're here for our afternoon session in dockets number 2019-224E and 2019-225E. Let's take roll. Present in the hearing room are Commissioners Caston, Belzer, and Jay Williams. Joining us virtually are Commissioners Powers, Thomas, and Urban. South Carolina Coastal Conservation League et al., please call your first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, Upstate Forever, Natural Resources Defense Council, and the Sierra Club called John D. Wilson to the stand.
Mr. Wilson, if you would please take the stand and raise your right hand. Mr. Wilson, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Mr. Wilson, would you please state your name for the record?
John D. Wilson,
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Resource Insight Incorporated as Research Director.
Mr. Wilson, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on April 15th, 2021? So rebuttal testimony consisting of 22 pages.
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed sir rebuttal testimony?
No.
So if the questions put to you in your testimony were asked at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to have Mr. Wilson's pre-filed sir rebuttal testimony entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Mr. Wilson's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wilson, did you also attach to your sir rebuttal testimony 3 exhibits identified as exhibits JDW1 through JDW3?
Yes.
And were those exhibits prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would also move to have Mr. Wilson's exhibits, JDW1 through JDW3, entered into the record as the next composite hearing exhibit.
Mr. Wilson's exhibits marked as JDW1, 2, and 3 will be marked as such and also marked as a composite exhibit and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 53.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would ask if the court reporter is able to hear Mr. Wilson okay. I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you, Mr. Wilson. Are others able to hear Mr. Wilson loud and clear?
Our court reporter said Mr. Wilson is a little low and that she's hearing an echo. Mr. Wilson, could you try placing that mouthpiece closer to your mouth? And
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's as close as I think it can go. I think the echo may be coming from Ms. Thompson's computer and may need to go there. And then I've also had the unfortunate timing of the lawn crews for my neighbors arriving about 5 minutes ago. And so that may be causing some interference with my microphone that I'm not able to address, unfortunately.
Right. I'm going to see if this helps with the echo, if I don't have my computer on speaker, and would just ask Mr. Chairman that the court reporter or commission staff let us know if there's a problem with the audio.
Attorney Thompson, we can hear you loud and clear now. So
Wonderful.
Thank you for putting in your headset. And Mr. Wilson, just going to ask for you to maybe speak. It may be uncomfortable, but just a little bit louder than you're normally used to speaking.
Oh dear, I'm afraid my children will probably hear me shouting at you.
Well, Mr. Wilson, you and I've had many conversations, and you're usually able to make yourself heard. So I think if you speak in your normal tone, why don't you try that and we can see how it goes. All right. Mr. Wilson, would you please summarize your sir rebuttal testimony for the commission?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Williams and Commissioners. Again, my name is John D. Wilson, and I'm testifying in this proceeding on behalf of the South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, Natural Resources Defense Council, Sierra Club, and Upstate Forever. I'm the Research Director at Resource Insight Incorporated, and more detail on my qualifications is presented in my resume attached to my testimony as Exhibit JDW1. The purpose of my surrebuttal testimony is to respond to the rebuttal testimony of Duke Energy witnesses Glenn Snyder, Matt Kalimba, and Nick Wintermantle, and to offer an alternative all-source procurement approach to resolving many of the technical arguments raised in rebuttal testimony regarding the 2020 Integrated Resource Plans filed by Duke Energy Carolinas, or DEC, and Duke Energy Progress, or DEP. With an all-source procurement approach, instead of the utility narrowly defining the power plant technology to fill a specified capacity need, the utility issues a request for proposal, or RFP, in which all types of generation resources are allowed to compete. In their rebuttal testimony, Duke Energy witnesses Snyder, Kalimba, and Wintermantle describe a flawed resource planning process that will lead to single-source procurements being conducted based on already obsolete planning assumptions. In my testimony, I have provided examples from the rebuttal testimonies of these witnesses to illustrate disputed issues that could be definitively resolved through a procurement process. Duke Energy's use of single-source RFPs relies on disputed assumptions regarding the price, performance, and availability of generation alternatives to determine how much of each resource category will be procured. Mr. Snyder's recommendation that the Commission wait until the 2022 IRPs for Duke Energy's latest opinion on these assumptions would be untimely in light of the expectation that DEP will begin conducting single-source procurements in late 2021 before Duke begins creating the 2022 IRPs, as discussed in my surrebuttal testimony. For procurements that begin in 2021, or for that matter, in 2022 or in much of 2023, Duke Energy will make critical assumptions about the size and technology type of these resource procurements. My recommendations, discussed more fully in the report attached to my testimony as Exhibit JDW2, implementing all-source procurement in the Carolinas, are as follows. First, the Commission should guide the development of the total system need for DEC and DEP in light of the load forecast that Duke Energy needs to meet, evolving system operating requirements, and existing plants that may need to be retired. Second, the Commission should affirmatively resolve disputes over model constraints and should give Duke Energy clear direction as to what government policies and related model assumptions to use in its IRPs. It is important that the Commission make certain key determinations to obtain the best possible outcome for customers, to avoid biasing the bid evaluation process with the preferences of the utility, and to avoid time-consuming proceedings after the bid evaluation report is submitted to the Commission. Third, the Commission should establish an all-source procurement process. It should direct DEC and DEP to design and propose an approach that solicits bids to meet the total system need for the entire 2026 to 2031 time period, as detailed in my report. When authorizing an all-source RFP, the Commission's decision should define resource eligibility, considering emerging technologies, grid investments, and energy efficiency programs. The approach I recommend will enable Duke Energy to obtain price and performance information about generation alternatives directly from the marketplace, and to identify unanticipated opportunities to meet electricity supply challenges more efficiently with a blend of technologies. The additional opportunities made possible in an all-source procurement make the outcome more robust and benefits customers by driving costs down and reducing the risks of stranded investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wilson is now available for cross-examination and questions from the Commission.
Do the clean energy interveners have any cross-examination for Mr. Wilson?
None from CCBA, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, this is Court Walsh for Johnson Development. No questions.
Vote Solar. Okay. Duke Companies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a few questions for this witness. Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. I'm Rebecca Doolin, and I'm in-house corporate counsel with the Duke Companies. How are you this afternoon?
Fine, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you great, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Same to you. I just have a few questions for you. I was trying to understand how your all-source procurement report and your testimony in this proceeding came to be. And so you did not file direct testimony in this proceeding, is that correct?
That is correct.
And well, actually, let me take a step back if you don't mind and just understand a little bit of your background. You are a seasoned witness, is it fair to say?
I have appeared before this commission several times, thank you.
And I was particularly impressed with your work in Nova Scotia and thought that must be very interesting. What a nice place to do some work.
Well, it's been entirely during the era we're all living through, so I haven't actually appeared in person there. It's all been remote, but thank you.
Let's hope that changes for you in the future. But I was looking at your background, and it looks like the work that you've done over the past few years has been related to Nova Scotia, California, and Georgia. Is that accurate over the past few years?
Over the past 12 to 18 months, those are major places I've worked. I've worked in several other places, but not as a testifying witness. They've been on other matters.
Sure. So you're generally familiar with the regulatory, these types of regulatory proceedings. Is that fair to say?
I've participated in both the North and South Carolina IRP proceedings since approximately 2009. I think I've participated in virtually all of them for Duke Energy and many of them for what is now Dominion Energy South Carolina.
And so I know this is a new proceeding in South Carolina under Act 62 for the first time, but really what I'm trying to understand is when I look at your report, it appears to be dated February 26th, and I'm trying to understand why it wouldn't have been filed with this commission sooner. I understand, or looking at the dates, I believe it was filed in this proceeding on April 15th. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And I'm just going to share my screen for just a minute. I don't know if you've experienced the delay yet that is associated with this, but bear with me just a minute. And I'm just bringing up your testimony, if that helps. I'm sorry, actually, I'm bringing up your exhibit, which is the all-source procurement report. I believe it's your exhibit 2. Thanks for your patience. So this is your exhibit 2, which is the all-source procurement report. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I do see here that it's dated February 26th, 2021. I have that right?
Yes.
And based on the review of at least the cover, it appears to be intended to be submitted in both the North Carolina IRP docket and the South Carolina IRP dockets. Is that fair? Or is that accurate?
Mm-hmm.
And so it was filed in this docket on April 15th. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
And do you recall when it was filed in the North Carolina docket?
I was not responsible for making that filing, so I don't have that date in front of me. I could look it up if you would like.
Subject to check, would you say it was on March 1st? Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
So could you explain for us why, or do you not think it would be more helpful for the parties and for the commission to have, this report is pretty fulsome, to have this report earlier in the regulatory process to provide the parties an opportunity to review your recommendations and respond in a more fulsome way?
Mr.
Right.
Chairman, objection. If I may be heard.
Yes. What's your objection?
Ms. Doolin is attempting to relitigate the motion to strike, I believe, which has already been ruled on by this commission, and the commission has allowed Mr. Wilson's testimony in, so I really just don't see the point of this line of cross. In addition, Mr. Wilson is not the one responsible for the handling the logistics and timing of regulatory filings. His lawyers handle that.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Sure.
I'm simply trying to understand if there was a reason for the significant delay in the filing. I'm not asking to relitigate the motion to strike or intending to, clearly he's testifying about his report today. So that's certainly not my intent or what I'm doing actually.
Right. So I think we've gone through this before during this proceeding. When counsel asks the witness a question, the witness can answer the question if the witness knows the answer to the question. I understand your objection, Ms. Thompson, but I don't think Attorney Doolin is attempting to relitigate the issue. I think she just wants to know if the witness knows why was the report filed April 15th when it was filed March 1st in another jurisdiction. It's a pretty simple, straightforward question, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Overruled.
All right, Mr. Wilson, I'm going to try to pick back where we are, and you may have answered the question, so please feel free to tell me that. I want to make sure I understood if there was a reason for the different treatment in North Carolina and South Carolina as opposed to with regard to when the report was filed.
Right. Well, I think the first thing I would say is I think the relevance of the procurement question has been very established in a very interesting way in this proceeding, in that Duke Energy's short-term action plan doesn't mention anything about a potential RFP over the next 5 years for natural gas peaking plants. And that evidence was only introduced by Mr. Snyder as I believe as a redirect exhibit during his rebuttal testimony, and he presented the response to ORS explaining about the procurement beginning later this year. And so it's a big question for this proceeding. And as you can see from the date on my report, that it was accepted and published by, for publication by my clients on February 26th. And I believe the deadline for submitting testimony in this proceeding was February 5th. So that's pretty much all I can speak to. As Ms. Thompson explained, the logistics and other matters like that are her responsibility and not mine.
Certainly, and I understand that and the role of counsel. Certainly, thank you. I want to ask you a question about the testimony you just gave. You referenced that through the course of the discovery proceeding that you became aware of an upcoming procurement. Is that your testimony?
No, I was aware of it from the discovery itself. What I'm saying is that it wasn't submitted as part of either the Duke Energy IRP. The short-term action plan did not mention an RFP for natural gas, nor was it included in the direct testimony or the pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. Snyder or any other of the witnesses, to the best of my knowledge. It was only on the redirect that exhibit and the specific reference to 2021 was introduced as a document. It may have been mentioned elsewhere in oral testimony that I've missed, but I believe that's the first time I saw it in a documented form established as an exhibit in this testimony. In this proceeding.
And is it your understanding that that the discovery request that you're referencing was asking for a generic idea of a procurement? A generic idea of a procurement timeline as opposed to specific steps that were being taken with regard to an identified specific procurement?
That is exactly my understanding. That's perfectly clear in the discovery response. However, given that Duke Energy has in its short-term action plan the intent to bring online a gas peaker plant in 2026, and the short-term action plan goes through 2025, it would be wholly impractical for such an RFP to occur in 2026. So, in my opinion, while it's possibly not required by the IRP statutes, that's a pretty significant action that I would expect to see in the company's short-term action plan, and to be reviewed by this commission as part of this proceeding as to whether that RFP is being formulated in the correct manner and is likely to result in the most reasonable and prudent procurement opportunities for the company.
And I just wanted to ask you one more question about your testimony. Yeah, I'm sorry, actually about the report that's Exhibit 2 to your testimony. Do you mind taking a look with me at page 14? And I'll share this. Apologize for the delay. I just wanted to ask you about the section of your report on page 14 that describes the, I'm actually going to scroll up just a little bit to the bottom of 13, where you describe the North Carolina laws and regulations that are applicable to this report on all source procurement. And if I scroll down to page 14, I believe you address the applicable South Carolina laws and regulations. Is that a fair summary of where we are in your report?
Mr. Chairman,
Excuse me.
before we proceed, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Ms. Doolin anticipated it. I'm just going to ask if that could be enlarged because I'm struggling to see it. But now that is better. Thank you, Ms. Doolin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Apologies for not remembering that from the beginning. Mr. Wilson, just quickly on the section on the South Carolina laws and regulations, I was looking through this. I don't see anything related to the South Carolina IRP statute in these applicable laws and regulations. It looks like here you begin with talking about the competitive procurement of renewable energy portion of Act 62, and then move on to, I believe this second section is about what we commonly refer to as the CPCN statute, or the certification required to construct a new power plant. Is that a fair characterization of the laws and regulations that you believe to be relevant as stated in your report?
Yes, there is a brief discussion of some further matters on the next page, but these two paragraphs are the most important.
And we don't see the IRP statute in this summation of South Carolina laws and regulations. Is that correct?
Well, I think I would disagree with that. And if I can pull up the, I'm not specifically citing to the IRP statute, but it's kind of in reverse in the sense that 583310, which I believe actually that is a misprint. That may be 5833.110. Excuse me. I just caught that now looking at this. So section 5833.110 does refer to the integrated resource plan, and so that is the relevance of that to this proceeding. Would you like me to discuss that a little further?
And I believe that 5833.110 is, I'm going to stop sharing for just a moment while I have my tabs configured here. But 5833.110 is actually the Siting Act that I referenced, and the IRP is a 5837 reference, I believe. Does that sound correct to you?
It does. And section 5833.110, I'm reading here from Act 62, section B6 says that I'm sort of stringing together different parts of it, but the commission may, upon showing of a need, require a commission-improved process that includes a demonstration that the facility is consistent with an integrated resource plan approved by the commission. So my testimony deals with the fact that the commission needs to prepare for the CPCN, as you refer to it, and that the commission needs to demonstrate that, the commission needs to ensure that the IRP will effectively demonstrate with that. And I think this relates very closely to Mr. Lucas's testimony this morning, because Mr. Lucas was explaining about, in response to some commissioner questions, about how there were multiple portfolios in the plan, and that you can't really determine whether something is consistent with multiple portfolios. So Duke can go out and procure a resource that is consistent with Plan 2, but not Plan 4. And so there needs to be a sort of a looking forward in this proceeding, if I may, where the commission says, all right, when we approve this IRP, whether it is returned to Duke for further modification or accepted at this time, we need to have an understanding of how we're going to use that IRP. And one of the requirements or one of the authorities that the commission has under the Act 62 is to set up a process that includes a determination that the facility is consistent with the IRP. And in order to do that, it needs to figure out what that determination process will look like, what it will look at in the plan itself, and how it will compare that to the procurement decision that Duke is asking for approval.
So it sounds to me like you're pretty familiar with this, the statute you were just talking about, which is the Siding Act statute, or the CPCN. And is it your understanding, based on your knowledge of that statute, that Act 62 has set out a pretty robust process for the commission to consider using, if it would like to, in evaluating how an RFP is conducted? Do you think that is fair?
I think that's fair. I think a lot of the provisions are both, there's some specific provisions there that I'm very strongly supportive of, and I think it also provides the commission with a lot of flexibility in adopting a very robust approach to looking at procurements. And that's the point of my testimony, is that an all-source procurement allows the commission to ensure that the company's choices as to how it interprets its IRP aren't narrowing the scope of what is then being brought before the commission later for a thumbs up, thumbs down decision.
And I think we're all clear on this, but just for the record, that we all have the understanding that we're here today under the IRP statute, which is separate and apart from the CPCN statute, if you will, although related as you have pointed out.
I don't understand where the question is, what I'm answering there. I'm sorry.
Sure.
I'm aware that this is an IRP. I'm aware that this is an IRP proceeding, but I also believe that there's been extensive discussion of other proceedings in this case, such as the avoided cost proceeding and how the IRP relates to that, energy efficiency and how it relates to that. So if your suggestion is that somehow considering how the IRP proceeding relates to procurement of a major facility and the commission's approval of that is somehow not relevant, I guess you're entitled to your opinion, but that's not mine.
Certainly, and certainly not a suggestion. I think we have all agreed that what comes out of this proceeding will have different meaning for different proceedings to come under different statutes. So no suggestion there. I just wanted, I was just asking for the record more than anything else. No suggestion on my part there, Mr. Wilson. Those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you for your time.
Office of Regulatory Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Andrew Bateman with ORS. No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner questions. Redirect. All right, sir.
Yes, Mr. Just
redirect.
a couple of questions.
Go right ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a couple of questions, just to kind of clarify the record here. Mr. Wilson, in response to some questions, do you recall Ms. Doolin had some questions for you about the timing of your, the filing of your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, and you testified, I believe, that the that you had, essentially left that to your attorneys to handle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm trying to, are you aware that the deadline for intervener testimony in this proceeding was, oh goodness, now I've lost when it was. Bear with me just a moment, please. Was in February. I believe it was February 5th. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And your report was filed with the North Carolina Utilities Commission on or about March 1st. I believe you testified to Ms. Doolin. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
And your surrebuttal testimony, to which you attach your Carolina's ASP report as an exhibit, was filed. Was that filed in response to rebuttal testimony by certain Duke witnesses?
Yes.
And could you elaborate as to who?
Oh, yes, Mr. Snyder, Mr. Kalimba, and Mr. Wintermantel.
And can you just explain how your testimony and exhibit were responsive? Briefly, could you explain how your testimony is responsive to issues raised in those rebuttal testimonies?
One of the major reasons that the Commission should consider and endorse an all-source procurement process is that many of the issues in this proceeding that we've heard a lot of testimony about today and last week are issues that are really best resolved by the marketplace. Mr. Snyder and Mr. Kalimba in particular argue that their estimates of the market are correct. For example, Mr. Snyder made numerous comments about how the results of the CPRE procurement of solar in North Carolina might not be repeatable. And so they made assumptions about the cost to build solar and used the assumption that the company would build it. And in reality, the likelihood is that the marketplace will build it, and it will build it at the price that the market can deliver. And that is best determined through a procurement process, similarly with battery storage, et cetera. And when instead Mr. Snyder argues for his and Mr. Kalimba's assumptions to guide the allocation of resources among the different categories so that you have a single procurement for natural gas and then later one for solar, you're not having the opportunity for, as Mr. Lucas talked about earlier today, for the solar and storage and wind and whatever else to sort of compete head to head against the natural gas on the terms that the marketplace is actually delivering. And so what we're suggesting, what I'm suggesting in my testimony is that the Commission adopt this progressive approach, which has been used in several other states, and really move this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem. Mr.
Chairman.
Wilson. Commissioner
Chairman.
Urban.
I have a question for witness, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You mentioned in your testimony that I assume that did you testify as well before the North Carolina Commission?
No, sir, Mr. Commissioner Urban. The North Carolina Commission doesn't take testimony on the IRPs. I believe that my report was submitted as an attachment to comments by interveners in that proceeding.
All right. Has the North Carolina Commission issued an IRP ruling yet?
Not to my knowledge, Commissioner Urban.
All right. Do you know whether a competitive bid process was recommended by intervenors in the North Carolina proceeding?
By my clients, the approach are recommending the approach that I'm testifying to today. Yes.
All right.
I'm not aware of any other party's positions, pro or con, in that proceeding.
it's your position that, that same competitive bidding process should be used in both the solar procurements as well as the battery components of the portfolio. In fact, I suppose, are you recommending that any component of the portfolio go through that process?
Commissioner Irvin, thanks for that question. The distinction is that the approach Duke uses is to procure simply one resource at a time. So they will go out for a gas plant and they'll say, we want 800 megawatts of gas plants, whatever that number is. And then they'll move on to solar and they'll say, we want up to 500 megawatts of solar. And then they'll move on to storage and they'll procure there. And so you'll get the most cost-effective, assuming the procurement is run well, the result will be the most cost-effective resource within that category. But what we're learning today across the country is that utility IRPs are a very poor predictor of what the marketplace will actually settle on in terms of the mix of resources. So, for example, the report that I wrote originally on this topic discusses the results of procurements in Colorado, New Mexico, and several other states. And in those proceedings, they opened up the opportunity to every single resource all at one time. So the gas plants were submitting, the coal plants were, well, there weren't any coal plants submitting, the battery storage, wind, and solar were all competing against each other, and perhaps other resources as well. And in those proceedings, the utility had already done an IRP in which it sort of said, this is what we think the right mix is, but they didn't force that mix on the marketplace. And the results came back very different from what the utility had predicted. Much cheaper, much cleaner, and just a very different mix. In each case, it was a mix of all the resources. There were gas resources selected, so it's not an anti-gas approach. It's a mix of gas, solar, wind, and storage that have come back. But it's a different mix than the one the company predicted. And so if the company continues with its status quo approach, where it makes the decision about how its IRP is going to be issued and presented to the marketplace, then it's going to impose its view from this IRP on the 2021 RFP that it issues, or is likely to issue sometime around the end of 2021 for 2026. And it will continue doing that until it chooses or the commissions choose to direct it to conduct an all-source procurement.
So just to be clear, is it my understanding you're of the opinion that an all-source procurement or competitive procurement process results in the least cost to build or supply the piece of the portfolio that's being solicited?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Irvin. That's been the experience of utilities that have attempted this approach elsewhere in the country, has been that they have come in with lower cost and cleaner portfolios. And that's been a real positive thing for the market. The market response has been very positive to these approaches. It does depend, in my opinion, on effective commission oversight up front to make sure that a lot of the issues that are not going to be resolved by the bids are addressed effectively by the commission after hearing from different points of view. So, for example, the extensive discussion that this proceeding has heard over the natural gas forecast method, that would be an example of an input into the RFP process and the bid evaluation process that the commission would need to resolve in the IRP in order to set up the procurement properly.
Would you recommend a third-party administrator handle the bid process or the procurement process?
I do recommend that. That is part of my report and my recommendation. It's my understanding that Duke uses a third-party administrator in concert with its CPRE procurements in North Carolina, and I would recommend a very similar process, but applied to a broader range of resources. And that's consistent with the best practices of other utilities. Independent evaluators have been used with RFPs, for many years since procurements have become more prevalent in the utility industry.
And that's just to ensure a fair playing field for all bidders.
That's right. It ensures a clear playing field, and it also gives you good information when the independent evaluator report comes back. It really simplifies the evidentiary record. One of the great things about this approach is that by making as many decisions up front as you can, you avoid a litigation on the back end. One of the all-source procurements that I reviewed in Wisconsin, the commission did not review the RFP up front. And after the RFP was conducted, there was a very extensive proceeding that relitigated essentially the RFP. And the commission appeared to sort of, on the one hand, agree with the litigants that the RFP had been not optimally designed, but on the other hand, the commission felt like its hands were tied and that it needed to get capacity online on a tight schedule. And so it was sort of a thumbs up, thumbs down decision where the commission wasn't really happy with either option. So it ended up being a split decision on the vote. And you certainly didn't get the sense that any of the commissioners were really happy with their vote in either direction.
So you're suggesting that that unfortunate outcome in Wisconsin could be avoided by proper setup and planning for this competitive bid process?
That's correct, Commissioner Irvin. I really strongly believe that the more work you do on the front end in terms of both the companies doing exceptional work on their end in designing the RFPs, but also working hand in hand with the commission and interveners to make sure that everyone agrees that it's going to be a fair process that is reflective of the best RFP practices and bid evaluation practices.
Are there a set of best practices available as we consider what that should look like?
There are, Commissioner Irvin. The original, so my testimony includes two reports. One of them is, if you'll pardon me for a second, I'll read the title exactly. I believe this is Exhibit JDW 3. It's called Making the Most of the Power Plant Market. It's Best Practices for All Source Electric Generation Procurement. And my co-authors were with Energy Innovation, a former Colorado Commissioner, Ron Luhr, and a independent power producer expert, Mark Detsky. And the four of us authored this report in 2020, and it was, I believe, the very first report to really dig into how utilities were conducting all-source procurements and what were the methods that best that reflected the best outcomes for the commissions. The commission, what did the commissions find valuable? What did the commissions have trouble with? And that was what we outlined. Since I've published that report, there have been two subsequent reports, one from RMI, which you may know as Rocky Mountain Institute. I believe their name is now just RMI. And the other one was by LBNL, which is a National Energy Lab.
Would you be willing to make those three reports a late file exhibit for our record?
I would be happy to supply those. I assume that by that you mean the other two, because my report is included.
Yes, the other two. That's right.
The other two reports we could, I'm sure Ms. Thompson could easily make those. I have those available. And I would say that my review of those reports is that they're very consistent with mine, or the one that I co-authored. There's differences in approach and language, and I haven't reviewed the relatively new LBNL report as thoroughly as I have the RMI work, but I haven't identified anything in either of them that I view as substantially different in intent than the report I co-authored.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask you to include the two reports that Mr. Wilson referenced in his testimony as a late file exhibit, please.
We'll reserve exhibit 55, 54, composite exhibit for the two reports referenced by the witness. Mr. Wilson, could you identify those two reports again, please?
I can, and I can get you the specific references. Those two reports were mentioned in my rebuttal testimony. So if you'll give me just a moment, I will find that. So those two reports are referenced on the bottom of page 7 in footnote 6. And the first one is the RMI report, and it is titled How to Build Clean Energy Portfolios, a Practical Guide to Next Generation Procurement Practices. And the second report is from the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, and it is titled All Source Competitive Solicitations, State and Electric Utility Practices.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Who's speaking?
this is Rebecca Doolin. Sorry to interrupt all of this, but Mr. Chairman, we have a concern about having these reports introduced into the record with having no opportunity to review them, no opportunity to comment on them, no opportunity to know the basis of their authenticity, and to include these in the record without any opportunity for review or comment does not seem proper to the companies.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Yes.
I would just respond that these two reports were cited in Mr. Wilson's, one of Mr. Wilson's exhibits, which was pre-filed with the commission. So Duke has had an opportunity to review the sources cited in Mr. Wilson's testimony and exhibits since they were filed. And in fact, Duke has had the opportunity to review these reports since I believe Mr. Wilson has just explained they were cited not just in his testimony, but in the report, the Carolinas ASP report. Please correct me if I'm wrong about that, Mr. Wilson, in which case Duke covered events. That report was filed CUC on or about
Attorney Thompson?
March 1st.
Attorney Thompson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I think you may have some
Yes, sir.
issues with your connectivity. We are hearing every other word.
I'm going to ask my co-counsel to pop up for me for a moment while I switch from my office Wi-Fi to the wired connection in case that fixes it. I apologize.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Kate Mixon for CCL et al. I believe what Ms. Thompson was just finishing saying is that those reports were also cited in Mr. Wilson's testimony that was filed with the or Mr. Wilson's report, which was filed with the NCUC on March 1st as well.
Mr. Chairman, Doolin, if I may respond.
May I just do a sound check, Ms. Doolin? If you
Sure.
don't-
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, I apologize, but I'm now connected through the wired connection and would just ask if everybody, Mr. Chairman, if you and others in the hearing room are able to see me and hear me now.
Yes.
Thank you. And I apologize for the disruption and apologies, Ms. Doolin.
Chairman Williams.
No,
Commissioner Caston, I think they're still arguing whether or not the information should be included. Attorney Doolin?
well, Mr. Chairman, I have a suggestion perhaps, while I maintain my objection that I think there is something different. There's a difference between having a reference to these studies in Mr. Wilson's reports as opposed to entering them into the record as evidence in this case. I'd also point out that the companies have not had an opportunity to respond to any of Mr. Wilson's testimony or these reports, given they were filed in rebuttal testimony. So there has been no opportunity to review the citations either and respond to those. But Mr. Chairman, if it pleases the commission, we would just reserve the right to respond to the late filed exhibit if we felt that the reports included through the late filed exhibit warranted a response from the companies.
That's more than fine, Ms. Doolin. I'm leaning towards allowing the late filed exhibits, and I'll tell you why. This came up in another proceeding when an expert submits a report and cites to other reports, whether or not those cited reports, journals, articles, et cetera, are also included in the record? It's an interesting question, and as I read through Mr. Wilson's report, I see references to the New Mexico Commission, to this own commission, and obviously we read these, and should we find, and I'll ask the parties this question: should we find that we read the report cited by Mr. Wilson differently than he does, or there may be information that may be compelling to a different argument, would both parties not want us to have access to that information?
If I may respond, Mr. Chairman, I think we would certainly want the commission to have access to that information. And I think we probably didn't attach everything that was cited in Mr. Wilson's report just because it would have made for something very voluminous, but certainly, wanted to provide those citations just as a good practice to show where Mr. Wilson was deriving his information. But we would of course, be glad to provide and file the reports requested by Commissioner Urban as a late filed exhibit, and do not necessarily have any objection to Duke being allowed to respond in some way, although I think would reserve the right to, object to Duke's response once we see it.
All right, so the late filed exhibit is Exhibit 55. Duke is going to respond if they feel the need. Commissioner Caston.
Chairman Williams, I've stuck my toe in this tub of water one time on this particular, whatever these studies or reports are. I'd like to be able for the commission to include any footnotes, links, references that are used to develop those studies as part of I guess this submittal.
Okay. Granted, I have no issue with that.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a clarifying? Oh, I apologize.
I think someone has issue with that. Who's speaking?
I have a clarification request.
Who's speaking?
At the appropriate time. This is Attorney Thompson. I have
Attorney Thompson. Yes, ma'am.
Just a clarification of the request that was just made. Is that the request to produce any sources that are cited in the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory or RMI reports as exhibits as well? I'm just trying to understand what my job here.
No, ma'am. That wasn't the question as I understood it. I think what Commissioner Caston wants to do is to read every single citation and in its entirety and judge it against what the experts are saying in their reports to make sure that it's consistent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a relief. Although we would, of course, be happy to compile those if that was the commission's pleasure.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Thomas.
Yes, sir.
And I'm just thinking about what Commissioner Caston just said, and it seems to me like we went through this same sort of a thing a few weeks ago, and I think that's sort of what we're alluding to. And I just think it's important to be consistent. I don't think it was allowed a few weeks ago, and I don't know. I'm not the attorney. I just think we need to think about this and be careful in what we do. That's my thought.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Thompson. A few weeks ago, and I can't even remember the hearing, to be honest with you. I remember the request more than anything else. When I say the hearing, I can't remember the docket number. But the request was, to introduce into evidence all the citations in each expert witness's report. And I did not rule on the request because it was withdrawn. Now, it has not been withdrawn, and I've ruled on it, but I'm welcome to hear from all parties.
Mr. Chairman, Frank Ellerby, in support of Ms. Doolin, just wanted to make a couple of quick points for y'all to consider. Under South Carolina Rules of Evidence, Rule 703, an expert can testify based on inadmissible information if it's the kind of information that experts rely on. So just because an expert reference something in testimony or in a report does not make the thing that's referred to admissible. And the other thing is that under the Administrative Procedures Act and lots of precedent, the commission has to base its decision on evidence that's in the record. And there have due process says you have to go through a process, notice and opportunity to be heard before things come into the record. So I think those, if we simply open the record up in the middle of a hearing and start putting more and more things in there, it's dangerous precedent. So thank you for hearing me on that.
Understood, Mr. Ellerby. I'm glad you brought that up because I want to be right on this, and I stand to be corrected. Has Mr. Wilson's report not been introduced into evidence?
I think it has.
Yes.
Okay, so if Mr. Wilson's report is supported by the citations, how is it that those citations or those reports are not also in the record?
I don't think they automatically come in when this report came in. I think that they would have to be evaluated. And as you know, Mr. Chairman, we made a motion to strike as to his report. We were overruled. We're not asking you to revise that, but we did at least have an opportunity to review that report before we filed the motion. We don't even know about these other reports that are cited, notwithstanding the fact that I think there were dozens of reports and various things cited in his report. So I don't think all of those other things come in automatically with his report.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner Irvin.
Commissioner Irvin.
Didn't mean to start a controversy here. I'll withdraw my motion for late filed exhibits on these two reports, just to keep a clean record. And, it's, I think the witnesses testified, his testimony should be sufficient for the record and ready to move on.
Okay. Well, you're welcome to withdraw your request, Commissioner Irvin. I don't think that, and that's fine. I don't think Commissioner Caston's request has been withdrawn. And again, I understand Mr. Ellerby's response that he does not think that the cited supporting documentation come into the record. What I'm trying to understand, though, is if a report is allowed into the record and the report stands on or uses other reports to support the position, how does it make sense for a commissioner not to go and read those reports cited just to make sure that they're congruent? What would be the use for the citations?
Well, I think we can read the reports because they are cited in a document that's now in evidence. I'm not sure a proper foundation has been laid to introduce them into evidence. And I want to be fair to all parties. And since, there's been no real foundation, for example, Mr. Wilson wrote his report first. So I don't think he could say that he relied on these other two reports as a basis for his findings and conclusions. So we've got Mr. Wilson's report, and I think that'll be sufficient for our record to make determination after weighing all the testimony and evidence in the record. But I am a little bit concerned about bringing in documents that have not been authenticated and relied upon by the testifying expert. Because that could be hearsay, and don't want to run afoul of that line of case law. Thank you.
Chairman Williams.
Commissioner Caston.
I think you recall, and I don't remember the hearing either. And as I recall, every attorney was opposed to the idea. And as a non-lawyer and just thinking as an engineer, my entire career has been spent on reviewing studies, evaluating studies, producing studies, but not just accepting studies. If there were citings, references, links that this study used in developing its conclusion or whatever, I evaluated those to determine if the reference study, if I would draw the same conclusions that whoever developed the study came to. So the only point I'm trying to make is if you develop a study based on the citings that are in that study, it's incongruent, or it makes no sense to me that you can't reference those links or citings to see what you used. That's an open-ended question, I know.
Right. Well, I think, it's interesting that the report itself comes into the record. That's something that was just sort of allowed, or at least when I started in 2018, reports would be allowed into the record. There could be argument that the report itself has issues in terms of being admitted to the record. So what I'm going to do is this, so we can have a firm answer on this, and we know how to practice, the parties know how to practice before the commission moving forward. Your objections are noted, and we'll rule on this in the final order.
Mr. Chairman, may I just seek clarification here?
Yes, please.
I believe I understood Commissioner Irvin to have withdrawn his request for the LBNL and RMI reports to be filed as a late filed exhibit. Am I correct about that, or is there still a live issue that?
You are correct. Commissioner Irvin did withdraw his request to have those reports.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask Mr. Wilson a question, and it might guide us in how we should handle this matter?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wilson, can you hear me?
I sure can, Commissioner Irvin.
All right. Did you rely on these two reports that are cited in your report, which is now part of the record? Did you rely on them in rendering any opinions today?
So in my rebuttal testimony, I did cite those two reports as further support for the general principles that are outlined in the report that I co-authored and described to you earlier. So they are general support for those principles. The RMI report in particular, I was aware of it and had the opportunity to be a reviewer of that report. And so it did contribute to sort of some of the ideas that I expressed in my rebuttal testimony, but in terms of formulating and also possibly influence some of the Carolinas all-source procurement report. I was aware of its contents before I prepared that report, but it was not a substantial part of any of that work. It was more of an influence and kind of a confirmation that the approach that I and my co-authors had taken was consistent with the approach that other people who were looking at the matter sort of with fresh eyes were also finding to be reasonable.
Do you think that these two reports that you've referenced in your report would assist the commission as fact finders in resolving the issues before us?
I think that depends. If the commission agrees with my recommendations to establish an all-source procurement process, then I do think it's useful to look at the opinions of other parties other than myself in deciding exactly how that should be run. That may be, and the recommendations that I laid out in my surrebuttal testimony and in the Carolinas all-source procurement report suggest that the commission would undertake additional steps after determining that it wanted to establish an all-source procurement process. And so in conducting those additional steps, I do think it would be useful for the commission to have access to other opinions besides my own. And so in that sense, I would say yes, but in the narrow sense of deciding whether or not to accept my specific recommendations, I think those reports are of only limited relevance.
And Mr. Chairman, having heard that, nothing would preclude any party from offering these two reports in a later proceeding. But as I understand the witness's testimony, he did not rely on these two reports. In fact, his report, I believe he said was published first. It was first in, so that's why I'm going to stand by my decision not to offer a late file exhibit. I think it best just to keep a clean record because we'll be revisiting this matter, I'm sure, at a later date. And the parties, if they see fit, would have an opportunity perhaps to introduce them if they think it's appropriate at a later proceeding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban. Just wanted to understand the witnesses, one of the witnesses' answers to Commissioner Urban. Mr. Wilson, did I understand you to say that it would be helpful for the commission to read or view or understand other opinions if we agree with your position in this hearing, but if we did not, then we should not read or review those reports that you cited?
Yes. Chairman Wilson, that's correct. That's generally correct. I mean, I do think they provide corroboration to my general point of view, and certainly if you're curious as to whether the witness you just heard from is kind of, some sort of one-off person who has an opinion and that no one else shares, then I would say take a look at those reports and you will see that there are other people with similar or maybe even more extensive regulatory backgrounds to myself that also share that opinion. But I don't think you need to rely on those reports for any further purpose since I didn't offer them in my testimony for any further purpose.
Understood. All right. Anything else for this witness?
Not from me, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mr. Wilson, you may step down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Taylor Spear, vote teller. I apologize for missing my question call earlier, but I'm certainly back in the seat and do not have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Please call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I actually call Ms. Wilson to the stand, I'm just preemptively going to confirm that or request permission to conduct a brief supplemental surrebuttal examination after Ms. Wilson summarizes her pre-filed testimony, if that's acceptable to the commission.
Yes.
Thank you. The South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, Upstate Forever Natural Resources Defense Council and the Sierra Club, jointly with Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association. Call Rachel S. Wilson to the stand.
Ms. Wilson, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Ms. Wilson, please state your name for the record.
My name is Rachel Wilson.
And by whom are you employed in what capacity?
I'm a principal associate with Synapse Energy Economics, located in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
And Ms. Wilson, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on April 15th, 2021, sir rebuttal testimony consisting of 24 pages?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed sir rebuttal?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to have Ms. Wilson's pre-filed sir rebuttal testimony entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Ms. Wilson's pre-filed sir rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Wilson, did you also attach to your pre-filed sir rebuttal testimony 2 exhibits identified as RSW sir rebuttal exhibits 1 and 2?
Yes.
Were those exhibits prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, they were.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would also move to have the 2 exhibits attached to Ms. Wilson's pre-filed sir rebuttal testimony, RSW sir rebuttal exhibits 1 and 2, entered into the record as the next composite hearing exhibit.
RSW exhibits 1 and 2 will be marked as a composite exhibit and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 54.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Wilson, would you please summarize your sir rebuttal testimony for the commission?
Yes, my name is Rachel Wilson, and I'm testifying in this proceeding on behalf of South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, Upstate Forever, Sierra Club, Natural Resources Defense Council, and Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association. I'm a principal associate with Synapse Energy Economics Incorporated. In this role, I focus on a variety of issues relating to electric utilities, including integrated resource planning and modeling analyses of electric power systems. More detail on my qualifications is presented in my resume, which is attached to my testimony as Exhibit 1. The purpose of my sir rebuttal testimony is to respond to the rebuttal testimony of Duke Energy witness Glenn Snyder. According to witness Snyder, the interveners, including my clients, ignore important metrics of system reliability and affordability while promoting the deployment of solar, battery storage, and demand-side management and energy efficiency. Witness Snyder goes so far as to claim that the agendas of the interveners do not include pursuing least cost planning and ensuring power supply reliability to meet load. My sir rebuttal testimony and Exhibit 2 demonstrate that these claims are untrue. In fact, increased deployment of solar, battery storage, and DSM and EE are essential to a cost-effective and reliable resource portfolio that meets Act 62's most reasonable and prudent standard. In support of this conclusion, I present a detailed alternative resource portfolio which demonstrates that accelerated retirement of aging coal plants, increased deployment of clean energy resources, and avoided investment in new gas plants that will become obsolete before the end of their useful lives results in a clean, low-cost, low-risk resource plan that meets modeled reliability standards. To develop this alternative resource portfolio, I use the Encompass capacity optimization and production cost model to examine 2 scenarios. The first, called Mimic Duke, used Duke's own assumptions to create a resource portfolio that is similar, though not identical, to Duke's base case with carbon policy. The second alternative scenario, called Reasonable Assumptions, used more accurate inputs and assumptions, including 1, additional energy efficiency, 2, Duke's earliest practicable coal retirement timeline, and 3, corrected inputs for wind and battery storage costs and performance. Finally, the reasonable assumption scenario restricted the addition of new gas plants to account for the likelihood that they would need to be retired before they're fully depreciated, thereby avoiding the risk to ratepayers of paying for plants that are no longer used and useful. The results of the Encompass modeling analysis demonstrate that the reasonable assumptions portfolio, which includes accelerated retirement of existing coal units, as well as increased quantities of efficiency, renewables, and storage, would be a reasonable and prudent plan. Though both the Mimic Duke and reasonable assumptions scenarios would provide reliable power, meeting Duke's 17% planning reserve margin, the reasonable assumptions portfolio meets energy and capacity requirements with a slate of clean energy resources, as opposed to Mimic Duke, which includes heavy additions of gas-fired capacity. The reasonable assumption scenario is also less expensive than the Mimic Duke scenario, contrary to Witness Snyder's assertion that the interveners do not give proper consideration to costs when advocating for increased amounts of efficiency, renewables, and storage. Witness Snyder also claims that the company's economic analysis of coal retirements accurately captures the economic retirement dates of the coal units. As I explained in my rebuttal testimony, the method that Duke used to identify economic coal retirement dates does not comport with industry practice, ignores the costs associated with the operation of those coal units, and compares coal only to combustion turbine alternatives, despite the decreasing cost of clean energy options. Ultimately, I recommend that the Commission reject the DEC and DEP 2020 IRPs and require the companies to update their modeling with the correct data and inputs used in the reasonable assumption scenario. I further recommend that the Commission require Duke to complete a new coal retirement analysis that adheres to industry best practices and optimizes for both retirement dates and replacement resources. As Witness Snyder points out in his rebuttal testimony, Duke Energy is in the midst of an unprecedented long-term transition from a legacy fleet that included coal generation towards a new mix of cleaner generation. And he says that this transition is a marathon, not a sprint. While it's true that the energy transition will take time, it's essential to get moving early in the right direction. In order to accomplish its own corporate carbon emission goals and to comply with state laws, Duke needs to start.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson, were you able to view some of Duke Witness Roberts' supplemental live testimony responding to your rebuttal and to the Synapse report?
Some of it, yes.
And have you received copies of Mr. Roberts' supplemental exhibits?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to ask Ms. Mixon to share her screen, Mr. Chairman, if that's acceptable. I'll represent to you that she has created a PowerPoint that is simply reproducing some exhibits and figures and tables that have already been entered into the record. Ms. Wilson, can you see on your screen Mr. Roberts' supplemental exhibit, or a copy of Mr. Roberts' direct exhibit 1?
His supplemental exhibit 1?
Well, yes, it was a supplemental. I believe it was actually labeled. The label is reproduced there up at the top left, but it was yes, one of the supplemental exhibits.
I can see the exhibit that's on the screen, yes.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure the record is clear for the court reporter. That is, what is this document that is reproduced on the screen?
It's a table that's taken from the Synapse report that shows Duke's own forecasted average annual capacity factors for its coal fleet.
Can you please explain what the term capacity factor means?
Sure. Capacity factor is a measure of a unit's output relative to its maximum. So then a unit operating at a 50% capacity factor, as an example, is operating at half of its maximum output.
And what does this table show?
It shows the average of those annual forecasted capacity factors for each of Duke's coal units from the company's own coal retirement analysis. And that annual average is calculated based on only the operational years. So if a unit retires, there's no capacity factor that's included in any calculation.
Okay, Ms. Mix, I'm going to ask you to share the next. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Wilson, I'll represent to you that this was what was, it was labeled by Duke as decked up Roberts Direct Exhibit 2, but this is another one of Mr. Roberts's supplemental exhibits. What does this exhibit show?
This shows that Mr. Roberts has added a column to my table that we saw in the previous exhibit, and it shows the capacity factors for the coal plants during the bomb cyclone week in January 2018. And the capacity factors that Mr. Roberts added in his column ranged from a low of 67% to a high of 100% for that particular week.
Was that, you just used the words or term bomb cyclone, was this particular week in January 2018 a normal winter week in terms of weather?
No, it wasn't. And news reports that described this particular event used phrases like historic frigid temperatures, and they describe a rapid and rare plunge in barometric pressure, which to me indicates that this was an unusually cold winter week.
Okay, but doesn't this figure show that Duke needs to keep its coal units online to meet load during during extreme winter weather events?
No, this figure is just a snapshot of how Duke did in fact operate its existing coal units during this one particular historic. And there are a few things that we can say about that. First, looking just at these capacity factors neglects to show us how these units operated in other years during a typical January week. And if you were to look at hourly data from the EPA's air markets program database, you would see, for example, that none of the 5 Allen units operated for even a single hour during this same week in 2019, 2020, or 2021. Second, these capacity factors are also a function of the other resources that are operating on Duke's system. And we can't tell just by looking at these coal unit capacity factors alone how Duke's other units are responding to this cold weather event. What were the capacity factors of the existing gas units in this same week, as an example? There could have been quite a bit of room for existing gas to ramp during this time, whereas coal is very slow to ramp up and down. There also could have been gas supply issues that kept certain units from operating during this particular cold snap, and we can't know by looking at this exhibit. Third, we don't know what Duke was actually doing with any of this generation. Was it using it to meet its own load? Or something else? The bomb cyclone hit the entire mid-Atlantic region, so it's possible that Duke could have been making off-system sales to its neighbors at this time, taking advantage of what were higher than normal energy prices. And again, we just can't tell from these capacity factors. And lastly, future generation from these coal units is partially contingent on the resource mix that's going to exist in a future year. Since 2018, Duke has retired the Asheville coal plant and it's added the Asheville combined cycle plant. The company is also expecting the new CTs at the Lincoln site to be fully operational in 2024. And this represents a combined total of almost 1,000 megawatts of gas capacity that wasn't online during this bomb cyclone week of 2018.
Okay, let's turn to Mr. Roberts' supplemental exhibit 3. Ms. Wilson, I'll represent to you that this is it's labeled Deck Dep Roberts Direct Exhibit 3 as it was by the companies, but I'm going to represent to you that this is Mr. Roberts' supplemental exhibit 3. Does that appear to you to be correct?
Yes, it does.
What does this document show?
It shows the generation from Duke Energy Progress East units during the recent February cold weather event, which was the same week that there were loss of load events in ERCOT in Texas.
Okay. Now, doesn't this figure show that Duke needs to replace? Well, let's break it down a little bit. Well, I might let you do that instead of attempting to do that. Let me ask, doesn't this figure show that Duke needs to replace any coal plants that retire with new gas so that it has load following or dispatchable coal and gas resources to meet demand during peak times?
No, I don't think so. And Mr. Lucas gave a very nice description of this earlier. I'm not sure that I can do any better than he did, but this chart shows that you'd need to replace generation with generation. And any coal unit that retires is going to be replaced by something else because we need to fill the capacity deficit that's left by that retirement. And the mistake that utilities make often is assuming that there needs to be a one-for-one replacement in terms of capacity. The goal is to have a reliable system, not a bunch of standalone, fully dispatchable resources. Duke doesn't have to replace like with like. You just need a combination of resources with enough firm capacity and generation output to meet load.
Okay, following up on that, does the Synapse reasonable assumptions portfolio have enough firm capacity and generation available to meet load?
It does. The Synapse study maintains Duke's required 17% reserve margin, so we're not leaving a huge capacity deficit in our modeling. We use Duke's own values for firm capacity, meaning that in our modeling, solar resources are getting only a 1% firm capacity value during winter months. And this takes into account that the expected output from solar resources during the winter peak is much less than other resources. In order to meet our peak, then, we're adding a lot more solar capacity to the system on a nameplate basis. So with more solar capacity, you have more solar generation. And you might expect to see that those solar bumps will rise from what is shown in Mr. Roberts' figure. With storage resources, you can save some of that solar generation for evening hours when the sun isn't shining. With wind additions, you have generation in the hours in which the solar isn't online. And with winter DSM, which we actually didn't model here, your peak isn't so high. And then, of course, you still have all of Duke's existing gas. And so as we just saw in Texas, there are myriad risks associated with fossil generation. Coal piles can freeze, or gas can be diverted to other uses or just not available. But our study does maintain the capacity necessary to meet load.
Ms. Lee, sorry, Ms. Mixon, could you please show figure 3 from, yes, okay, thank you. Ms. Wilson, I'll represent to you that this is a reproduction of a figure from your Surrebuttal Exhibit 2, which we've been referring to as the Synapse report. Does that look to be what this is?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you recall in his supplemental testimony, Mr. Roberts talked about the amount of solar that would be added under the reasonable assumptions portfolio?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so let's take a closer look at this figure, figure 3 from your report. Under the reasonable assumptions scenario, how much does solar generation contribute to Duke's load in 2030?
In 2030, it's just over 17% of total generation.
Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to say about that figure?
I'll just say that in 2035, we do see it increase. It goes up to just less than 27%. So it's only slightly larger than a quarter of the total generation mix in this figure.
Okay. Ms. Mixon, can you pull up figure 5? Thank you. Ms. Wilson, I will represent to you that this is a copy of figure 5 from your Surrebuttal Exhibit 2, aka the Synapse report. Does that look correct to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Mr. Roberts said he had significant concerns with this figure. What does this figure show?
This is a representative winter peak day in our analysis, and it shows the hourly generation over the course of that winter day in 2030.
Okay. Can you elaborate a little bit more about what the takeaway is from this figure?
So we can see that in these peak hours, at 8 a.m. in the morning and then in the evening hours, we're using a variety of different resources to meet that winter peak. We do have some gas generation. We also have wind that is coming online, and then battery discharge during those two peaks. We also have, you can see that solar generation starts to ramp up really around 10 a.m. in the morning. In addition to being used by Duke's system to meet load, it's also going to charge batteries, which are then displaced later in the evening and then early in the morning the next day to meet those two peaks.
So
there are periods also where the batteries are charging from resources that are existing on the grid, not just the solar resources.
Thank you. Do you believe that the commission should share Mr. Roberts's concerns that he expressed about this figure?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, let's move on to Ms. Mixon, to Mr. Roberts' supplemental exhibit 4. Ms. Wilson, I will represent to you that this is a copy of what had been labeled by the companies as Dep Roberts Direct Exhibit 4. Have you, does this look familiar to you now?
Yes, it does.
Okay, can you please clarify what each of these lines is supposed to represent?
Sure. So Exhibit 4 shows two load shapes, one of which was used in the Synapse report for the winter peak day, which is the orange line, compared to Duke's actual load shape in 2018, which is the blue line.
Okay, what is a load shape and why is it relevant to this discussion?
So load is usually reported in IRPs as peak and then energy, and those peaks can be annual or monthly, as can those energy values. And a load shape is the distribution of those two measures of demand over the hours of the year. And so in the case of Exhibit 4, we're seeing the hourly load over the course of a single day.
Okay, and where did the load shape depicted by the orange line that is labeled RW winter load come from?
We shared our work papers with Duke and they took that load shape directly from those work papers. We had asked for Duke's load shapes in a data request and then used these values that they provided as inputs to the Encompass model. And the Encompass model applies a formula to the Duke data so that the load shape can be used to model a winter peak day.
Okay, what does the blue line represent?
The blue line is Duke's actual load shape during this one day in 2018 in the winter.
Okay, and what does the comparison of these two load shapes show?
We see that the 8 a.m. peaks are quite similar, but the actual load shape is higher in all other hours on the Synapse load shape.
Okay, now do you recall that Mr. Roberts critiqued the load shape that you used in your analysis?
I do, yes.
How do you respond?
So there are a few reasons for the difference in the load shape between the orange line and the blue line. And I mentioned that the Encompass model took Duke's input values and adjust them to be able to represent a peak winter day. Duke's load shapes come from or are intended to be used in their system optimizer model. And the Synapse load shape, or I'm sorry, Encompass shapes those values in a different way. And so it's just possible that those, that Duke's model inputs are not designed to be used as part of Encompass's algorithm. Secondly, as we've already discussed, the 2018 load shape represents a historical winter day with higher than average load. And the load shape in the Synapse report is a projection looking forward for a more typical winter day. And then next, Duke has modeled in its analysis distributed solar resources on the supply side as a decrement to load, meaning they take that generation out of the load forecast value. So that afternoon trough might look lower, partially due to increased penetration from these DG solar units. And then lastly, the load shape in figure 5, in figure 5 of the Synapse report, which is also the one shown in this exhibit, reflects the additional energy efficiency that we included. And so you can see that it's just very slightly lower than the load shape in the mimic Duke scenario.
Okay, so do you believe, Mr. Roberts to have been making an apples to apples comparison, in this, exhibit with the blue line versus the orange line?
I don't. There are a couple of reasons that the load shapes might legitimately differ from each other.
Okay. Do you believe that the difference between the load shape that you used and Duke's historic load shape is material?
No, and that's because in the Synapse report, as I mentioned, we modeled two scenarios. One that's similar to Duke's preferred plan in terms of the resources that are added, and then one that relies on a cleaner set of resources. And both of our scenarios use the load shape that's shown in the orange line, and we compare them only to each other. We don't compare our results to Duke's results in terms of revenue requirements or generation.
Okay. So going back away from all these sort of abstractions and different colored lines, back to reality, it sometimes does get really cold, even here in the Carolinas. Doesn't Duke need to plan for that to avoid a situation like what happened recently in Texas?
Absolutely, and it does do that. A utility uses a number of different models and tools to study all of the various elements that go into producing an IRP. And one of those elements is resource adequacy, which is the ability to meet demand even if demand exceeds the utility forecast. And Duke commissions resource adequacy studies like the one that was done by Astrape for this proceeding for this particular issue. So the calculation of the resulting 17% reserve margin considers historic winter data, and it then determines the amount of capacity above the peak load forecast that Duke would need to have to meet industry standard loss of load metrics, commonly referred to as LOLE metrics. We assume the 17% reserve margin in our analysis. The integrated resource planning process in general takes the resource adequacy metric and it uses it as one input assumption in a study of how to meet forecasted peak demand and annual energy at the least cost.
Okay. Ms. Mixon, maybe if you don't mind pulling that slide back up again. Mr. Roberts suggests that when you have a load shape that's as consistently high as the blue line, then you can't rely on you can't rely on solar and battery storage because something has to be charging the storage, and those resources are needed to meet load at the same time. How do you respond?
I'd say that it depends on the other resources that you have on your system and how much they're contributing to meeting demand. So again, the existing gas resources that were modeled can produce more energy. I'm sorry, I don't know that I actually said this before, but the existing gas resources that we modeled in our reasonable assumption scenario are generating at very close to their maximum to meet that 8 a.m. winter peak, but they're not in those shoulder hours that are shown in the early morning and in the evening. And so the existing gas resources that are included can produce more energy in those hours to be able to meet the load shape shown in the blue line. And I'd also point out that the ability to meet any sort of load with solar and battery storage depends on the amount of those particular resources that you have on your system and whether you're giving them the proper capacity credit. So in the Synapse analysis, we use Duke's 17% reserve margin, and we use their firm capacity values for solar, wind, and storage that were determined as part of the company's own resource adequacy studies.
Okay, so again, just to try to relate this sort of abstract looking load shape to reality, if you were building the combined DC-DP systems to meet this load shape, would you build the system that Duke has today?
I wouldn't, and I'm not sure that even Duke would build the system that it has today to meet this load shape. Its own analysis is retiring a portion of its coal over the analysis period, and it adds more gas, which is an indication that it needs more flexibility on its system than it has right now with all of the existing coal units. And we have to remember that Duke's system has to meet daily load shapes 365 days of the year, and not all of them are going to look like this like the blue line that we've been looking at just now.
Okay. I think one more question on this exhibit, and then we can move on. Even given everything you've just said, there's still a gap between the orange line and the blue line. What does Duke fill that gap with?
So I think Mr. Roberts was trying to point out that the use of our load shape would underestimate the amount of fossil generation and thus the fossil capacity that would be needed on Duke's system during a winter peak day, because our hours before and after the 8 a.m. peak aren't high enough. But the work papers, again, that underlie our figure 5 show that while these existing gas combined cycle resources are online in these hours, they can still ramp up and generate more. The existing combustion turbines are only generating in the 8 a.m. hour, and they could also come online during these other hours to meet higher demand. If necessary, we can build more resources, but we'd have to do that in both scenarios because they're using this very similar load shape. You know, I mentioned that the reasonable assumption scenario is slightly lower because of energy efficiency assumptions.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mixon. I think we're done with this slide. Ms. Wilson, do you have any other responses to Mr. Roberts' supplemental testimony or exhibits as they pertain to critiquing your analysis?
We're arguing here about how to reliably meet winter load in 2030. And to date, Duke has retired less than 1,000 megawatts of coal at Asheville and at Allen 3. But the company is trying to make the case that it isn't able to retire the 10,000th megawatt of coal. And similarly, the Synapse report assumes that there's just under 4,000 megawatts of existing solar in DEC and DEP in the first year of our analysis, and there's a single battery storage project at 8.8 megawatts. But rather than focusing on how it might integrate the next 1,000 megawatts of solar or add the first 1,000 megawatts of storage, Duke is arguing against the volumes that the Synapse report shows are cost effective in 2030 on reliability grounds. So I think we need to focus more on the near term and how Duke is going to integrate more clean resources on its system in the next 5 years before we decide what's going to happen in 2030. I'll also note that it's interesting to me that in Duke's own climate plans, the company emphasizes what it calls ZELFRs. So it's ZELFR, and that stands for zero emitting load following resources. And those are essentially carbon-free resources that are also fully dispatchable. And the company is assuming that we have these resources that are going to give them 100% firm capacity and also be zero carbon. But in the IRP study and in this proceeding, they're stressing the need to continue to rely on existing coal and gas and add additional gas 10 years from now. Duke's system is meeting reliably winter loads right now, and we've seen in a couple of instances that it has recently. So we're not talking about retiring all the coal tomorrow, and we're not talking about retiring any of the existing gas early. So Duke has a window to figure out how it's going to make this all happen. And the company shouldn't let concerns about how to get to 20 gigawatts of solar keep it from adding the next 20 megawatts.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to Mr. Bach's supplemental testimony that was focused on demand side management and energy efficiency, or DSM and EE. Were you able to view some of Mr. Bach's supplemental testimony responding to your rebuttal and to the Synapse report?
Yes, I was.
Did you lead the analysis of energy efficiency that was included in the Synapse report?
I didn't. Another member of the team led that particular component, so I can answer basic questions about energy efficiency that are specific to the Synapse report, but I can't go in depth.
Okay. Well, if I start asking you to go too in depth, you can just let me know. Why does it matter? I guess big picture, why does it matter whether the utility uses reasonable assumptions about energy efficiency for DSM in resource planning?
So EE has often been called the first fuel in the context of resource planning because it's such a least cost resource. And this is encouraging utilities to consider it first when you're adding new resources. Maximizing the amount of cost-effective EE is going to save money to all ratepayers and not just those who participate in EE programs, because ultimately it helps the utility to avoid building expensive new generating units on the supply side.
Mr. Bach, do you recall that Mr. Bach questioned your assumption that Duke can ramp up its EE programs to achieve savings equivalent to 1.5% of retail sales?
I do, yes.
What was your basis for that assumption?
Duke has been successful achieving EE savings so far of about 1% of retail sales. And so we ramped up the EE savings to 1.5% of retail sales using other leading states as a benchmark. And those leading states are in the Northeast and achieving between 2 and 3% retail savings based on retail sales.
Okay, Mr. Bach, I think called those comparisons high level and, implied that those savings levels and states are distinguishable for various reasons and not reasonable. Do you agree?
No, benchmarking to other regions is always useful, and we should always be looking to people who have done it before to try and learn lessons as to how we can also do it better. So first, the Northeast and the Southeast have the same end uses. So heating, cooling, lighting, and refrigeration are some examples. And the efficiency of all of these end uses can be improved. And we can do that through equipment changes and operational changes. So we have the same end uses. Second, we see that available evidence suggests that if you use the same methods to estimate economic savings potential, the results are really similar across states, especially if you express that economic potential as a percent of retail sales, which is what we've done here. And then lastly, if you look across states, we see that the things that make a difference in outcomes, so in actual EE that's being provided, are things like energy efficiency program budgets, program designs, and regulatory policies. Those are the things that make the difference. Things like avoided cost and end-use consumption patterns make less of a difference. So best practices from regions with successful program implementation often can offer good lessons to others. And instead of disregarding these results from the Northeast, it would be great to ask, what can we learn from these utilities that might help us be more effective with energy efficiency?
The American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy, or ACEEE report that you relied on, names Duke Energy as a leader in energy efficiency in the Southeast. Do you think that means that Duke will have a harder time achieving savings?
No, I would think that to the contrary, Duke would be well poised to do even better because it has a launching point from which to jump off.
Now, Mr. Bach also suggested that the market potential study performed by the company's contractor Nexant is a better source for assumptions about Duke's future energy savings than anything you cited. Do you agree with that?
I didn't review that Nexant study, but I do understand that witness Jim Gravatt did, and that he testified that the study has underestimated the cost-effective achievable EE potential.
Do you recall, and can you comment on Mr. Bach's suggestion that codes and standards make it harder to achieve EE savings?
I'd respond by saying that the EE savings options are also going to evolve as codes and standards evolve. And while codes and standards might raise the baseline level of efficiency, as Mr. Bach suggests, it actually doesn't matter to utility forecasts where the EE is coming from, whether that's utility programs or codes and standards. All of these are going to impact those those utility peak and energy forecasts.
Okay. Can you clarify how you arrived at the assumption that Mr. Bach questioned of Duke achieving EE savings equivalent to 9.6% of sales by 2035?
Sure, that cumulative 9.6% savings number is a result of ramping up of first year program savings by 0.15% per year until we reach that 1.5% number, and then holding annual savings constant at that point. And this is in contrast to Duke, which assumes a decline in first year program savings over the analysis period.
Okay. Getting just about done here. Mr. Bach said that do you recall that Mr. Bach said that changing codes and standards for light bulbs in particular mean that low-cost savings from lighting programs are no longer available? Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and he questioned your assumption that the cost per kilowatt hour of EE programs will stay the same through 2035. How do you respond to that?
I'd say that we can look to historical evidence. So if we read old ACEEE and Lawrence Berkeley National Lab reports on the cost of saved energy, we can see that the cost of EE programs 10 years ago were approximately the same as EE programs today. So it's still about 3 cents per kilowatt hour. And even if you look nominally, these costs haven't changed much. So nominally being taking into account the effects of inflation. And we don't really expect them to change that much going forward. Technological improvements lower costs, and based on our observations of long-term EE program spending, we've seen that the cost of an entire efficiency portfolio doesn't change substantially over time.
To sum up here, Ms. Wilson, I do want to clear up an apparent misunderstanding on Duke's part. Are you asking this commission to adopt the Synapse Reasonable Assumptions portfolio as Duke's resource plan?
I'm not, no. And as I stated in my surrebuttal testimony and report, the Synapse report is illustrative. It shows how a clean, low-carbon plan can also be least cost. It doesn't purport to be the alternative resource plan that Duke must follow. But instead, it shows that a clean, low-cost portfolio can meet customer needs at a lower cost than what Duke has modeled. And the clean energy interveners are not asking the commission to adopt this portfolio, but instead, as I just stated in my summary, I'm just recommending that the commission require the companies to update their modeling with the correct data and inputs that are used in the reasonable assumption scenario. A lot of utilities do, as a sensitivity on their preferred plan, a plan that alters technology costs to include these technology improvements. And, you know, this would basically be asking Duke to do the same.
Ms. Wilson, as a consultant on utility industry matters, do you think it's important that utilities are able to keep the lights on?
I do, and as a consumer and user of energy, I think it's important for utilities to keep the lights on.
And that actually prompts me to note that there's a thunderstorm raging outside, and if I lose my connection, that is why. I just wanted to inform the commission of that as well. Would you make a recommendation that would compromise utilities' ability to keep the lights on?
No. Reliability is a serious concern.
Chairman, I apologize for interrupting the witness, but the limited amount of opportunity for supplemental testimony, which has now been going on for 40-some minutes, was based on the chair's ruling that the companies had some amount of opportunity to provide supplemental testimony to the Synapse report, which was filed for the first time in surrebuttal testimony. This is clearly just eliciting new direct testimony from Ms. Wilson, which is well beyond what the chair allowed for.
Mr. Chairman, may I be heard? and I apologize, there's a lot of.
Subject to the
noise.
thunderstorms.
Yes, there's a lot of background noise now. This is my second to last question. Also, I did not time Mr. Roberts' supplemental testimony. However, I think it went on at quite some length. All of my questions have been, I think, quite tightly tied to Mr. Roberts' supplemental testimony, which was very focused on these questions of reliability. So I believe that my questions are proper and would ask that I be allowed to finish.
You said you have one more question?
The question I just asked was my second to last question. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Objection overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I cannot remember exactly where we were, Ms. Wilson, but I believe I asked you if you would make a recommendation that would compromise the utility's ability to keep the lights on.
And I started to say that, no, it wouldn't do that, that reliability is serious, and we treat it as such in our modeling through the use of Duke's own input assumptions as they relate to resource adequacy. And, you know, I also know that Duke employs smart people and that they are good at their jobs and they can figure out how to maintain reliability while also integrating more clean resources onto the system.
Okay, well, I think I misspoke, and actually that's a great way to end. That was my last question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, apologize. Too many witness Wilsons. Thank you, Ms. Wilson, and the witness is now available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
Do any of the clean energy interveners have cross-examination? Vote Solar. I'm sorry, not Vote Solar. Johnson Development Associates.
Mr. Chairman, no questions for Johnson Development.
All right. Duke Companies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Wilson. Brett Bryshford on behalf of the Duke Companies. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good, thanks. How are you?
Doing well. Sorry we got off on a more aggressive foot than I would have anticipated, but nice to make the introduction. And I do have a good number of questions for you today, so it may take us some time to work through them. The Synapse report was complex modeling, and I'm not a modeling expert, so if there's things that you want to pause and explain to the commission, just if you wouldn't mind to ask for the opportunity to clarify, that's certainly fine. If there are technical issues, I didn't have the opportunity to introduce these issues with Mr. Snyder, so we're going to have some kind of concepts foundationally provided through this cross-examination. So I just start with that general comment for your consideration.
Right.
So, I'm sorry, I spoke.
Oh, I was just saying thank you for letting me know.
Yep. Okay, so starting on page 1 of your testimony, you're a principal associate with Synapse Energy Economics, is that right?
That's right.
And you are located in Cambridge, Massachusetts?
That's correct.
And Synapse is an energy consulting firm that focuses on modeling similar to the Synapse report that you've done in this proceeding?
That's one of the things that we do, yes.
And is that primarily what you do at Synapse, is develop models for clients and develop pre-filed expert testimony for a variety of clients that participate in regulatory proceedings?
I wouldn't say it's primarily what I do, but it is part of my job on a day-to-day basis.
Okay.
And what I do changes month to month. So, you know, if you asked me again over the summer, I might have a different response.
Fair enough. And so I want to specifically focus on what I'd call your regulatory practice, working as an expert witness before utilities commissions, similar to what we're here doing before the South Carolina Commission. You have your Exhibit 1, which is your CV or your resume with you there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I'm going to pull it up here just briefly if I could. Okay, so this is your CV here, Rachel Wilson, Exhibit 1, and here's the Synapse letterhead. And then if we jump to page 6, you list the testimony and the various proceedings that you've appeared in regulatory proceedings and filed testimony similar to this case over the last decade or so. Is that generally fair?
That's right, yes.
Okay. And the most recent proceeding was this Virginia State Corporation Commission IRP proceeding. It was reviewing Dominion's 2020 IRP. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was on behalf of Sierra Club?
Yes.
And then the prior proceeding earlier in 2020 was another Virginia State Corporation Commission proceeding on behalf of Sierra Club?
Mr. Brightsworth?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind enlarging that document for us, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Is that better there? Or is that?
That's better. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So we can cut through this, but would you say that in the, I think, subject to the checking my math, would you say that you've testified approximately 20 times over your career?
I would have to count this list, but yeah, that seems generally accurate.
In just round numbers, but about 18 of them have been for the Sierra Club or NRDC or some combination of environmental interveners similar to the groups you're testifying for here?
I think that's correct, yes.
Okay. And in the last 2 years, 2019, 2020, you've testified 8 times. Is that subject to check?
Subject to check. Now that I'm looking at this, I did submit testimony recently on behalf of the Attorney General's office in Washington State, which is not listed here.
Okay. But
I think of my clients that are not Sierra Club, et cetera, the Washington Attorney General would be the primary other one.
Okay. And so the other 8 times you've testified in 2019 and 2020, they were all for the Sierra Club. Is that accurate?
I think so.
Okay. Thank you. So just a little bit about, you responded to Mr. Roberts' supplemental testimony, and I want to get to that a little bit later on in our discussion. But first, I just want to make sure I understand, do you have any, you've never worked for a utility, correct?
I have not, no.
Okay, and so your focus is modeling the utility system. You don't have any firsthand experience operating a power system. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And is it fair to say that from a execution standpoint, you've never had to operate in the control room and plan how to serve customers' electricity needs day ahead or balance generation and load in real time? It's been a modeling exercise. Is that fair?
That's correct. And I think that, Duke has a number of employees serving different roles that contributed to this IRP. There is no single person that does everything. So similarly, my focus, because it is on modeling and the modeling of utility systems, can't also be on meeting need reliably and operating a power system.
Fair enough. And okay. Would you also, or do you have any operational experience or general experience with the NERC reliability standards?
I'm generally familiar with them. If that's your question, I don't have experience putting them into practice.
Okay. Would you say that you considered in your modeling ensuring that the companies meet the NERC reliability standards?
When you say NERC reliability standards, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to specifically. So I'll answer that generally, and if you would like me to give more detail on anything in particular, I'm happy to do that. One of the reliability standards that we look at, as I've mentioned, is inclusion of a reserve margin that lets utility or tells utilities to build capacity above peak load in order to meet demand given exceptional weather conditions or outages at units, things like that. So we do include an appropriate reserve margin. We value resources based on the firm capacity credit that came from Duke's ELCC study. And then the Encompass model examines loss of load metrics and hours of unserved energy, of which there were none in the reasonable assumption scenario.
Okay, and so I think Mr. Roberts mentioned the BAL standards or the balancing standards based on his experience implementing the NERC, or I guess operating the system to comply with the NERC reliability standards. That's not something you specifically considered in your analysis. Is that correct?
It is not, no.
Okay. All right. So is it fair to say that you are providing expert testimony on the modeling of the power system, but you're not an expert on power system reliability in terms of actually planning and operating a system? Is that fair?
That's correct. We incorporated the reliability standards that are common to capacity optimization and production cost modeling. Other reliability standards, like the one that you just spoke of, would be considered in a different type of analysis.
Okay, thank you. I want to turn to your experience specifically in IRP proceedings, and we covered the most recent work that you did from your resume in the Virginia proceeding. Would you agree with me that you've provided, aside from this proceeding and the North Carolina comment proceeding, you've provided pre-filed testimony and appeared as an expert in 2 other IRP proceedings?
Again, I'd have to go back and look at my resume for testimony experience. I'll note also that in many states, the IRP process is not a litigated proceeding and they don't accept testimony from witnesses. So there have been a number of proceedings in many different states in which I've written comments on behalf of a client, which they have then submitted as part of a docket.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, I want to focus on 2 specific representations, if I could, please. The Virginia proceeding, the 2020-00035, which was the recent Dominion Energy Virginia proceeding, and then the Georgia Commission docket numbers 42310 and 4231, which have been the Georgia Power IRP proceedings. Could you recall those representations?
I do, yes.
And in both of those cases, you testified on behalf of the Sierra Club?
That's correct.
And at a general 10,000 foot level, would you agree with me that in the Dominion proceeding, you advocated that Dominion Energy Virginia should retire its coal units earlier than planned for in the IRP? Is that one of the recommendations you made to the Virginia State Corporation Commission in that proceeding?
Yes, though it's slightly more nuanced than that. The economic analysis showed that, in particular, the Clover and Chesterfield units were not economic resources. Dominion operates as part of PJM. It has announced those retirements to the RTO, and so it truly cannot retire them earlier than what that announced retirement date. It also has the Virginia Hybrid Clean Energy Center. I believe that name is in the correct order, but I'm not certain. And Dominion didn't evaluate an earlier retirement of that unit in its analysis at all. And so we did, in fact, advocate for a date that was prior to what Dominion was planning for in that IRP proceeding.
And similarly, in the Georgia Power IRP proceeding where you provided expert testimony, you also advocated for accelerating coal unit retirements for that utility. Is that correct?
At the Bowen plant in particular, yes.
Okay. And in the Dominion Energy Virginia IRP proceeding, isn't it true that you also found that Dominion Energy Virginia could replace its coal units with increase solar storage and other renewables and avoid adding new incremental new natural gas capacity.
That's true. Dominion's IRP in 2020 added considerably less gas capacity than it had in previous iterations of the IRP, largely to comply with the new legislative requirements in Virginia. And the gas that it did add, it stated was also for reliability purposes, but it said that it was a placeholder for such capacity. And so it's really not clear what Dominion did plan to add in that time period.
And you oppose that recommendation of adding that new incremental natural gas, just to be clear. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then similarly in the Georgia Power IRP proceeding, you similarly advocated for meeting incremental capacity needs with more solar storage and other renewables and not adding new incremental natural gas capacity. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And have you ever advocated that a utility build new incremental natural gas generating capacity to reliably serve customers' capacity and energy needs in an IRP docket?
As part of testimony in a litigated IRP docket, I don't believe so. As part of comments and testimony in CPCN dockets, then yes, I have argued that gas can be a replacement for coal capacity under the right circumstance. And I'll note that that was several years ago when storage was on really very few utilities' planning horizons, and costs for solar and wind were higher than they are today.
Okay. And do you have a recollection of what year you might have made that recommendation to add incremental new natural gas?
It was probably around the 2012 to 2014 time period. Fair with respect to compliance with SO2 and NOx regulations, as well as the MATS rules governing mercury.
Okay. In either the Georgia Power IRP proceeding or the Dominion Energy Virginia IRP proceeding, did those utilities agree with your recommendations that they could reliably meet their future energy capacity needs with only new renewables and storage and without adding incremental new gas capacity?
So I'll clarify that in Dominion, it wasn't, the gas additions were not for energy and capacity, they were for reliability, and Dominion had not yet produced a study demonstrating the need for gas capacity as a solution for reliability issues. That was currently under study. The results were not available in time for the 2020 IRP. With respect to Georgia Power, they were not looking to add new gas capacity in the near term period. So in the 3 years between the 2019 IRP and the 2022 IRP. So there weren't imminent gas additions that were being contemplated in that docket.
Okay. Just a brief detour. You mentioned that Dominion Energy Virginia was planning to add gas for reliability reasons. And do you recall that statement a minute ago?
I do.
And why were they planning to add gas for reliability reasons based on your recollection?
I believe that it was related to transmission constraints and meeting load in specific areas, but that's subject to check, and I would have to go back and review that IRP more fully.
Could a contributing factor be that the Virginia Clean Energy Economy Act is planning for 16,000 megawatts of solar over the next 15, 20 years?
Utilities do often advocate for gas as kind of a backup generation technology when integrating large volumes of solar.
Right, and that was part of Mr. Roberts' point that you were having some disagreement with him on in his supplemental testimony. Is that fair earlier, that he was advocating for the need for dispatchable, highly reliable capacity as the company's transitioning the generating fleet?
Sure, but I think there's a difference between advocating for 10 gigawatts of gas as a one-for-one replacement to 10 gigawatts of existing coal generation versus, less than 1,000 megawatts of gas to serve as a load following resource for solar integration.
And just, I read through this quote with Mr. Lucas this morning. Are you able to see my screen here?
I can see it though. If you want me to read the text that is not the block quote, it might be cut off slightly.
Understood. I read through this quote with Mr. Lucas this morning, so we won't read through it again. But just, would you agree with me that Mr. Roberts's point, which sounds to be similar to the point that Dominion Energy Virginia was making, is that natural gas will remain, to use the Mr. Rob of the president and CEO of NERC, essential to reliability, and part of the need for that is to address the mismatch between solar generation and electric load peak. Is that accurate?
I think there are other ways that you can address this mismatch between the solar generation peak and electric load peak. Adding wind to your system can be a nice complement to solar because it generates overnight and in the early morning and evening hours when solar is not available. Offshore wind could be a part of that. We are discussing what could happen in 2030. And so while offshore wind doesn't appear in the reasonable assumption scenario in this IRP docket, it's very possible it could appear in the next IRP. So I do think that there are, and of course there's battery storage. So I do think that there are other resources that can be used to address that mismatch that is identified. Gas is one, and my recommendation is not, don't add any gas ever. My recommendation is minimize the investments that you make in gas generation and try to do other things first. So whether that's strategic siting of your solar and battery resources, which are smaller than gas CTs and CCs and can be placed more easily in load pockets to meet load in specific places, that can be an option. Increasing transmission capabilities can be an option. There are myriad options that we can explore in our toolbox, say.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to switch topics now and focus on the development of the Synapse report, kind of how we got to where we are today, so to speak. So you are aware, are you not, that the company's filed their IRPs on September 1st of 2020?
Yes.
And they filed them in both these dockets with the commission as well as in the North Carolina IRP proceeding E100 sub 165. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And did you participate in the company's pre-filing stakeholder engagement process prior to September 1st?
I did not, no.
Okay. So you reviewed the IRPs sometime after September 1st, and is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And when were you hired by the Sierra Club and other parties to review the IRPs in this proceeding?
Sierra Club is not one of my clients in this docket.
Okay.
Give me 1 second and I can try to find that date for you.
That's all right. And while you're doing that, will you tell us who your clients are in this docket?
There are so many. I named them in my summary. I'm sorry, I cannot do these two things at once. So if you'll give me just 1 second to answer your first question, and then I can also answer your second. It looks like we were hired in late October.
by whom and for what?
Sorry, so many tabs open on my computer.
In the interest of time, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to assist with clearing this up, or?
Yes, and I just found it actually, so I'm happy to read that list. As was in my testimony and was in the summary that I read, my clients are the Carolinas Clean Energy Business Association, Natural Resources Defense Council, oh, I'm sorry, Sierra Club was on the list, I apologize. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, and Upstate Forever.
Okay, and are those the same parties that hired you to develop your report for the North Carolina IRP docket?
Some of them are the same and some of them are different.
And were you hired at about the same time? Are there different contracts for different scopes of work at different points in the process?
Sometimes that is the case because this was all related to the Duke IRP. There is not a separate contract, but we were initially hired to develop a report that was provided as part of comments in the North Carolina docket.
Okay, but you knew and were planning to develop the report for purposes of this proceeding as of October of 2020, is that correct?
Not for purposes of this proceeding in October, because we did not know when the results would be ready. So it was a possibility that it would be used in South Carolina, but not a certainty.
Okay, did you have any awareness of the procedural schedule of this proceeding and when direct testimony was due and when your testimony and report in response to the IRPs would most appropriately be filed?
I was generally aware of it. I was not focused on it. My focus was on developing a report to be filed in North Carolina. And so I was aware that other witnesses were submitting direct testimony in South Carolina, but I knew that I was not going to be one of them.
Okay, and so maybe you don't know the answer to the question, but was it intentional that your report wasn't filed with direct testimony in this proceeding, or you weren't involved in that strategy?
It just wasn't done in time. It takes a lot to put together this type of modeling analysis, a lot of time and a lot of energy. And the regulatory schedule is tight. It's very tight for this type of analysis.
Okay, and when you say it takes a lot of time, is that because it takes a lot of time to develop the modeling based on inputs and assumptions you get from Duke through discovery to kind of audit, so to speak, the company's IRPs and to I think someone used the term get under the hood earlier this week. Is that fair?
It's all of those things, and the model takes time to run as well. So that can't be underestimated as part of the process.
Okay, and so
and I wouldn't even say that I, got under the hood to the extent that I would have liked to in this case. It's very challenging to try to do this when you are not privy to all of the utilities information. And you have to ask for things in a very specific way to elicit the information that you want. And, even still, you don't always get responses to discovery in a format that's usable.
okay, so just to maybe summarize what I understood your testimony to be is you were retained primarily for the North Carolina docket in the October timeframe, and at some point between October 2020 and April 15th of 2021, when your report was filed in surrebuttal, counsel or someone said they wanted you to file testimony in the South Carolina proceeding, but it was somewhat of an afterthought from the North Carolina process. Is that fair?
Objection. Mr. Chairman, may I be heard? Well, Mr. Chairman, may I be heard on the objection?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Breitschwert is yet again trying to relitigate the motion to strike. He's also testifying, he's not asking a question at this point, and I would object to both the form and the substance of the question.
I don't think he's trying to relitigate the motion to strike. As I remember, the motion to strike, it placed a lot of weight on not having the opportunity to properly review the document. Similar to the line of questioning Attorney Doolin asked Mr. Wilson, I think these questions are just trying to figure out what took so long or why was the document filed when it was filed. Now, I do agree with you regarding Attorney Brightsworth's questions starting to sound like testimony. So, Attorney Brightsworth, I would ask for you to ask a question, get the answer, and move on through your cross-examination.
Yes, sir, will do. So let me reformulate the question in response to the chair's ruling. So I think you would agree we established that you were hired in the October timeframe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your report was filed with surrebuttal testimony on April 15th in this proceeding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
November, December, January, February, March, April. My math on my fingers is that's about 6-7 months of time. Is that correct?
It depends on if you're counting October. Sure.
Subject to check. We'll call it 6 months and give you October. But
okay.
So can you explain to me and the commission why your report wasn't filed until surrebuttal testimony on April 15th?
So I will say two things about that. The first is that, as I mentioned, simply because the report wasn't finished, it was filed with the North Carolina Commission on March 1st, and we were working on it up until the very last minute to get it pulled together. So prior to that, it was not ready to be submitted in any sort of docket. I am also an employee of Synapse. I'm not an employee of my clients, and thus I'm not privy to their decision-making around what to file as part of which docket. And then I guess I have one more thing to say, which is that the report was filed as part of surrebuttal testimony according to that regulatory deadline. We couldn't file it when it was finished in South Carolina because there was no opportunity to file it at that point. It was filed as part of surrebuttal when it could be filed.
And I know you're not an attorney, and this is probably not your area of expertise, but if you had a whole new report and you missed the deadline for direct testimony, would it have been conceivable to let the commission or the parties know that it would be important for this case and something that you plan to file and give folks a heads up versus waiting to the deadline for surrebuttal?
Mr. Chairman, objection.
Please state your objection.
Ms. Wilson has just testified that she wasn't making the decisions about the timing of when to file something. In addition, as Mr. Brightshort just alluded to, she's not a lawyer, so I think this question is improper.
I'll withdraw the question, Mr. Chairman, and move on.
All right, the objection is sustained. The question was withdrawn, and it's a good time for a break. We'll be back at 4:45. We're in recess until 4:45. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're back at the Public Service Commission of South Carolina in dockets number 2019-224E and 2019-225E. Let's take roll. Present in the hearing room are Commissioners Caston, Belzer, and J. Williams. Present virtually are Commissioners Thomas, Powers, and Urban. Attorney Brightsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Wilson, welcome back. We were talking about the kind of the history and chronology of your synapse report. Can I call it the synapse report just for simplicity's purposes?
Yes.
Okay. And you prepared a corrected version of the report that's dated March 19th of this year. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And that corrected version of the report was filed with the North Carolina Commission on April 22nd and filed in these dockets on, excuse me, strike that. It was filed, the corrected March 19th report was filed with the North Carolina Commission on March 22nd and was filed in these dockets on April 15th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And can you briefly describe for the Commission what was corrected?
Sure. It's we modeled in the synapse report different types of resources: standalone solar and standalone utility storage, and then what we call paired solar and storage resources. And for those paired solar and storage resources, that means that the battery component of that resource can only be charged from the solar component. And the way that you have to model that and encompass is to make one resource what's called a dependent resource on the other. And in the original report, those two things were switched. Normally, this would cause an error in the model and it would refuse to run. It simply wouldn't let you do it because it wouldn't be able to figure out a way to handle that. Because what we were telling the model was that the battery storage must dispatch at the same time as the solar was generating, which would be impossible. But we think that it's because of the larger volumes of standalone solar and storage that were on the system that the model somehow found a way to work around that. And so that would be, basically an instantaneous discharge of solar output. And so we corrected that and filed the revised report.
So why did you file a corrected report?
Because there was an error that was identified and we wanted to fix that error and refile.
And have you identified any other errors since you made that correction on, I guess it would be April 15th when you filed it in this docket?
I had not. The exhibits on which you plan to cross me were emailed a couple of hours ago, and there is an error that is identified in one of those exhibits.
Okay. And so it's fair to say this is the first time you've gotten feedback on your report from the companies. Is that right?
That's correct.
Wasn't pre-filed in direct testimony, so they didn't have a rebuttal opportunity to respond to it, and this might have gotten pointed out earlier if they would have reviewed it earlier. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, and there is an opportunity for the company to file a reply comments in North Carolina. The original deadline for those reply comments, I think, has happened already, but the company has asked for an extension, and so those reply comments we're still waiting on them to be filed. I would assume because the discovery requests that were included in your cross exhibit came from North Carolina, that a similar critique is going to be levied by the company in their reply comments in that docket.
Okay. And would you agree with me that if there's flaws in a modeling study, whether it was developed by Synapse or developed by Duke, the Commission should not rely on such a flawed study to develop Duke's future resource planning needs?
I think that that depends on the nature of the error. And I'll point out again that we are not suggesting in the Synapse report that Duke should follow the alternative portfolio that we've modeled here. My recommendations offer suggestions as to how Duke can better model its system using a selection only of revised input assumptions. And we're dancing around the nature of the error here, and I think as we start to discuss it more, this will become more clear to the commission. I think that there are certain errors that might be called fatal flaws, and I don't believe that this is one of them.
Okay. Is that also why you said your report is an illustrative example, I think is the word you use in your introduction?
I didn't use that term specifically in relation to the report with the identified error, but again, as I did mention, this capacity optimization and production cost modeling is one component of the way in which a utility plans for and operates its system. It is not the be-all, end-all, and the path that a utility follows is almost certainly guaranteed to change over the long term. The purpose of an IRP really is to get the company to, or help the company make short-term resource planning decisions in the face of potential long-term uncertainties. And so our focus often is on a longer analysis period of 15 or 20 years, but we translate that into what's often called a short-term action plan, which is 5 years or less. And so the recommendations are really based on a balance of short-term action under long-term uncertainty. And, again, we don't recommend that Duke follow the precise resource plan that we have modeled here.
Okay, and I'm going to share my screen if I could, please. And so this is page 11 of your exhibit 2, I think, where you're describing the Synapse scenario analysis. Can you read that? And I'll try to enlarge.
I can.
Mr. Chairman, good, you can read that. And you state that the model does the following. It builds new resources when necessary to meet peak demand plus a required reserve margin, simulates economic dispatch of the various generating resource, and then calculates the total cost, capital, and operating of the respective resource portfolio options. Is that, fundamentally, that's what resource planning is and what you're trying to do through your modeling exercise, right?
That's correct. That's what integrated resource planning is, yes.
Exactly. And so whether it's Duke or Synapse, is it fair to say that you've got to get number 1 and number 2 right, so then you can calculate the total cost? And if there's fundamental flaws in the underlying modeling, the cost of the portfolio, it's not really meaningful.
Again, it depends on the nature of those flaws, and we're comparing the delta between 2 scenarios. And so while there are input assumptions that determine the calculation of revenue requirements of the portfolios, they may or may not affect that delta between scenarios. And it is the delta that we are concerned with, because the purpose of integrated resource planning is to find a least cost scenario.
Okay.
And by delta, I mean the difference between those 2 portfolios.
Thank you for that clarification. I want to start by something that wasn't a flaw, but was I guess I would say a simplification in your modeling. Is it accurate that you did not model the 3 Duke balancing authorities as separate balancing authorities? You essentially just combined them all together. Is that correct?
That's correct. We created a single balancing authority for the purposes of this analysis.
But in the real world, there's 3 balancing authorities, and there's transmission limits between the Duke and then the CPL, Carolina Power and Light, or Progress East and West balancing authorities, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and so that then would affect the cost of planning resources to serve those individual balancing authorities. Would you agree with that?
It could, depending on, again, the nature of those resources, where they were being constructed, and if the transmission constraints were a limiting factor.
And your modeling didn't analyze any of that. You didn't identify specific locations for proposed new resources within the three balancing authorities. Again, you just put them all together and said, we're going to solve for the three balancing authorities' future capacity needs all at once. Is that right?
That's correct. And we did that for both scenarios. So if we were to incorporate these three distinct balancing authorities, it too would be applied to both scenarios. And so you might expect that the resulting resource builds or costs would be adjusted in a similar way.
Thank you. I'm going to turn now to page 15 of your Synapse report. And just so I make sure we're seeing the same thing here, Ms. Wilson, are you able to see on my screen the Synapse report that I've got highlighted here, section 4.1, capacity results, which is page 15 of your study? Is that showing up clearly?
Yes.
Is it large enough to see and read?
Yes.
Okay, great. So here you're describing the analysis that you've done, and you identify the company's portfolio of generating capacity that exists today. Is that what this section of your report's doing?
Yes.
Okay. And so I want to just take a moment and highlight that you identify that today in 2020, 2021, 25% of the company's capacity is what you identify as 11.1 gigawatts is nuclear capacity. Is that what your testimony shows?
That's correct.
Okay. And then if we move down here to the, I call it a capacity stack, it similarly shows the resource portfolio similar to your narrative description above, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so similarly here, you've got about 11.1 gigawatts, or you have 11.1 gigawatts of nuclear capacity identified. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Why is the nuclear at the bottom of the stack?
A couple of reasons. It's consistent through the three scenarios, and so it makes sense when you're designing this type of chart for optics to put the things that change at the very bottom. And then I suppose also because nuclear would be considered a baseload resource, and so it's natural to put it at the bottom of the stack.
Yeah, most of the time it's at the bottom of the stack. Reliable, high capacity factor, runs all the time. That's generally where it is, right?
Yep.
You know, resource stack.
I don't want to say it's industry standard, but it is common practice, I think.
In the Southeast, where there's a lot of nuclear units providing reliable service, it's normally at the bottom of the stack. Is that fair?
I think that's fair.
Okay. So moving on to your figure 2 on the next page, the prior figure was the capacity, so the capability to generate energy, and so this is showing the energy, so the amount of gigawatt hours, GWH is gigawatt hours, that the various resources will produce in 2021 and then moving across the figure to 2035. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, and so nuclear is again at the bottom of the stack, and it's pretty consistent across the figure. Is that right?
Yes.
And so that's based on the 11.1 gigawatts or 11,100 megawatts capacity that you're assuming for purposes of the Synapse report the company has in its fleet to deliver reliable service to its customers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to introduce one of the hearing exhibits if I could. This would be DEC, DEP, Wilson Cross Exhibit 1, which we have provided to Ms. Wilson, her counsel, and the commission.
Mr. Chairman, this is Kate Mixon.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I would just ask if due counsel could also provide those cross exhibits to me. I don't believe that I was included on that email.
Ms. Mixon, I apologize. I responded to the same email list of counsel I've been responding to all day. I didn't check everyone.
No worries. I think I was inadvertently left off of those initial emails, but would appreciate if you could send it to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
If you
you.
just give me 1 minute, I will forward you what I forwarded to Ms. Thompson and Ms. Wilson earlier this afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, and just for Mr. Bright's information, may I just be heard briefly?
Yes.
I'm having some connectivity issues, I think perhaps due to the storm, so I'm not able to get email, which is fine. I think I can review and follow along well enough, but I would ask Mr. Brightshort to just enlarge this exhibit so that it is more visible.
I certainly will. Ms. Thompson or Ms. Mixon, can you provide me Ms. Mixon's email address? I apologize, I don't have it readily available.
I just sent it to her. She should have it.
Oh, thank you, Frank. All right.
Attorney Brightsworth, your email is on the live stream.
That was the one I was trying to send to Ms. Mixon. So nothing. We've made some progress since last Monday, Mr. Chairman, in terms of not putting the wrong documents on the screen, but it's still learning as we go. All right. Ms. Thompson, those documents are being sent to Ms. Mixon. Is it okay for me to proceed while they're on the way, since Ms. Wilson has them and you have them?
I'm able to see it. I believe you that I have them in my inbox. I'm not able to access email at this moment. So that was but
okay.
It is fine with me for you to proceed, Mr. Chairman. It's fine with me for Mr. Brightshort to proceed with this exhibit.
Please proceed. Did you want to introduce the cross exhibit 1 into evidence?
Yes, sir. I would ask this be the next hearing exhibit.
All right.
I will object to Mr. Brightshort seeking to introduce this without laying a proper foundation, however.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'll take a moment, lay a foundation, and then be back with you.
Take all the time you need.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Wilson, have you had a chance to review the document that is being presented as this cross-examination exhibit 1, which would be the next hearing exhibit?
Very briefly, yes.
Okay. And it's multiple, I would call it a collection of pages of documents that we've put together for efficiency. And so would you accept, subject to check, that this first page is a data response that you provided to the company with your work papers and assumptions that supported the Synapse model?
Yes, I would.
Okay, and would you accept that this is a page from the DEC IRP identifying the capacity the companies rely on to serve their customers?
Yes.
Okay, and would you accept, and we'll walk through this in more detail, that this is the company's calculation of the Duke capacity and then the assumptions in the Synapse model, and identifies differences, material differences between what you assumed was available in nuclear capacity versus what actually is available?
Yes, I would.
Okay, and then this is some, I would call it illustrative examples of the implications of that from a capacity and energy standpoint that we'll talk through. Is that your understanding from reviewing this document thus far?
Yes.
Okay. And then this is figure H8 from the company's IRP that provides the storage and solar ratios and the ELCC for solar and storage?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce this to the next hearing exhibit, if I could, please, sir.
Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, Ms. Wilson, Cross Exhibit 1 will be entered into the record as hearing Exhibit 57.
Thank you, sir. So, Ms. Wilson, just starting with page 1, you would agree with me that through this data request response, you provided your work papers, assumptions, model inputs that you used, you and Synapse used to develop the Mimic Duke and the reasonable assumption scenarios through Encompass. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And they were produced on a SharePoint site. They were voluminous. And so, and one of those assumptions, as we just walked through in your report, was the amount of nuclear capacity that was available to be at the bottom of the stack, so to speak, that 11.1 gigawatts we talked about, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you developed your analysis, were you aware that the companies are joint owners with 3 other the EMCs, the Municipal Power Agency in North Carolina, and the Palmetto Municipal Power Authority in South Carolina, that they're joint owners of Catawba Units 1 and 2?
That percentage ownership was not included in the Synapse analysis. Catawba was assumed to be 100% Duke owned.
Okay, and that was not based on data assumptions you got from Duke, but based on data assumptions you got from another source. Is that correct?
That was simply, it was a mistake. It is, as you point out, that information is here in the IRP, and it was just simply not, the ownership percentage was not adjusted correctly in the Synapse model. And I will point out that it is true for both scenarios, the Mimic Duke and the reasonable assumption scenario.
Okay, and we can walk through this page of the exhibit in more detail, but on page 3, would you agree with me that what this represents is the Duke analysis of its nuclear fleet capacity, and then the Synapse study, the Duke IRP's available capacity of its nuclear fleet that backs out the joint owner capacity versus the Synapse study's assumptions of the available capacity?
Almost. There is one thing, if you could scroll back to the top. Yep, so you can see that for Catawba 1 and 2, there's a delta of 6 megawatts there. And those actually reflect planned uprates in 2020 and 2021 that are incorporated into the Synapse modeling.
Fair enough. So, but I guess, is it fair to say that this is reflective of the Duke IRP assumptions, what they actually use to develop the IRPs based on the snapshot in time we've been talking about versus the Synapse assumptions?
Yes, sure, but for that one thing, which is that in the IRP, Duke has planned uprates of 6 megawatts at each of those units, and those occur in 2020, which is prior to the start of the analysis period, and 2021, which is midway through the very first year. So that accounts for the difference in those 2 lines between the Duke and the Synapse.
Okay, so the 12 megawatts we're talking about there is the difference that you're focusing on. I won't dispute that, but let's just accept.
That's the only difference that I agree with you. Yes, there is a difference that you've highlighted in blue here, and I don't think that those 6 megawatts are a difference from the Duke IRP to the Synapse analysis. That's the only clarification that I will make on that.
Okay, so subject to those 6 megawatts or 12 megawatts potentially being at issue, you would agree with me that there's roughly 1,700 megawatts of assumed nuclear capacity that's included in your analysis that is not owned by Duke, not available to serve Duke's customers, and not something that the company relied upon in developing its resource plan.
Yes. Assuming for the subject to check that these calculations are correct, but yes.
Assuming subject to check. So the next page of the exhibit I'd like to talk through is what are the implications of this overstated nuclear capacity as modeled in the Synapse study. So this 1,700 or so megawatts we just talked through, would you agree with me that that is a pretty significant delta or a change in the modeling assumptions between the real world operations and available capacity versus what you modeled in your study?
It's a difference, to be sure. Significant does have a specific scientific definition, so I don't think I would use that word to describe it. But yes, there is a difference between the real world and what was modeled in the Synapse study.
Okay, but it's your testimony that 1,700 megawatts in a ballpark 30,000 megawatt system is not significant.
It's not significant.
Okay, well let's talk about what it means in a little bit more detail of whether it's significant or not.
Okay.
So would you agree with me, or subject to check, would you accept that the Robinson Nuclear Station's nameplate capacity is 793 megawatts?
Yes.
So the fact that your study wrongly assumed that the company had an additional 1,700 megawatts of nuclear capacity essentially is like adding an additional 2.2 times the available capacity from the Robinson Nuclear Station to the company's fleet. Is that significant?
Again, I don't want to use that word because it has a specific definition, but it's not small, particularly if you put it in terms of a nuclear unit.
Okay, well let's put it in other terms, and I want to focus on capacity first and then energy. But if the company needed to replace this 1,700 megawatts that doesn't exist because the company doesn't own it and doesn't have that reliable resource for its customers to rely upon with solar and storage, and they use the same assumptions that they used in the IRP of having solar plus 4-hour duration storage, and this is in note 2, 25% storage to solar ratio and a 25% ELCC. Would you accept, subject to check, that would require the companies to replace the 1,700 megawatts of nuclear capacity with 6,800 megawatts of solar and storage?
If you were going to use solar and storage under Duke's assumptions, then yes, I'm going to assume that your calculations for capacity are correct. I think the framing isn't exactly correct, however. The company doesn't need to replace it in reality because the company currently has enough capacity on its system to meet its projected load. It has a slight excess, if I'm remembering correctly. And so it is in only the Synapse modeling study in which this occurs, and it occurs in both scenarios. So again, you can classify the results on the basis of absolute PVRR values, and PVRR is present value of revenue requirements. And then you look at the delta between those two scenarios. And if you change the two scenarios in a similar way, the delta is maintained between those two scenarios. And then the second thing I'll say about this 6,828 megawatt number is that assumes additional replacement with solar plus storage, and the model may not select that particular resource to meet demand. So, this is but one resource option available to the model. And, there are others that it could choose to meet future capacity and energy needs.
Fair enough. But I guess my question is from a capacity standpoint, understanding that your model assumed 11.1 gigawatts and was off by 1,700 megawatts. If they were going to replace that 1,700 megawatts of high capacity factor nuclear with 6,800 megawatts of solar plus storage, doesn't that seem like a pretty significant flaw in the model?
Objection. Mr. Chairman, may I be heard?
Please.
Two grounds for my objection. First is that it's been asked and answered. Second is that Ms. Wilson has just testified that she could not agree with use of the term significant for, because it has a specific scientific meaning. So I believe that the question is vague, and if Mr. Breitschwer would like to attempt to define his use of the word significant, that then I may withdraw my objection. But I would object on those two grounds.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Please.
The entire, fortuitously, the entire purpose of this page of the exhibit is to explore what the meaning of significant is. I frankly had no idea that Ms. Wilson was going to suggest that this significant flaw in the modeling was not going to be significant. So I'm working through from a capacity and energy standpoint, whether it's significant and what significant means to her in the context of resource planning for meeting the company's future capacity and energy needs based on her alternative study. So that's, she's welcome to provide her definition of significant if she thinks that will help clarify, but these are a number of case study definitions, I would say, of what the company certainly thinks are significant impacts. And so, I'll stop there.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection for this reason. She's never going to agree with you. So we're going to be here all night long if you try to go through each one of those mistakes and try to get her to say that it's significant. So I think you're just going to have to trust the commission to weigh the credibility of the witness and complete your cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let me try this in a different way, and I'll move on quickly. Moving away from capacity to the energy modeling impacts and without discussing whether it's significant, would you agree that 1,700 megawatts of nuclear capacity that was overstated in the Synapse report, if you assume it has a 95% capacity factor, is roughly 14,200,000 megawatt hours of energy production a year?
Yes, and I would agree that if you make the correction to the nuclear capacity and adjust it downward based on Duke's ownership percentage, the model scenarios are going to need more capacity. And they're going to need more energy given that this nuclear capacity is operating at a 95% capacity factor. Absolutely, yes, I agree with you. But it's going to need that capacity and energy in both scenarios. And the net effect of that change is to move forward the capacity and energy additions that are already included in the model, move forward in time, and then in the later years, sorry, I hit the table, in the later years, build additional resources. That is going to be the effect of this change. And it's going to occur in both scenarios. The resource mix might be different, and so that could affect the revenue requirements of each plan, and there will still be a delta between those two scenarios that will be compared.
Thank you for that. Would you also agree with the calculation that if we took that 14,200,000 megawatt hours of energy and turn them into annualized numbers of what an average residential household, assuming it's 1,000 kilowatt hours a year, would be its ballpark 1.183 million households?
For the sake of this cross-examination, then yes, these are numbers that are on a sheet of paper that I'm viewing on a computer screen. I'm not viewing the underlying calculations. So, you know, as we have seen, mistakes can be made, and I'm going to accept for these purposes that your numbers are correct.
Subject to check.
Sure.
I didn't mean to speak over you there. And so just that essentially means that there's that many households of assumed energy in your study that actually was not available because the company doesn't have that nuclear capacity to provide that energy to its customers. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And that's twice the number of household residential customers the companies serve in South Carolina. Would you agree with that? Subject to check.
I don't know the answer to that, but sure.
Thank you. All right. I next would like to move, if we could please, to another topic, the load forecasting. So on table 4 on page 14 of your Synapse report, you have I'm sorry, strike that on. So let's start with table 2, if we could please, from your Synapse report.
And I'm sorry, are you going to put that up on the screen?
I can do that.
That'd
If you allow me one, please. Okay. All right, so it is table 4 from your study, which must be table 2 in your testimony. But would you agree with me that this is table 4 from your study at page 14 of the study?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And you've got this fourth one down, load forecast. And you say it's from the IRP for both the mimic Duke and the reasonable assumptions scenarios that you developed. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And what does that mean? It's from the IRP?
That means that we took Duke's own assumptions around peak and energy demand and included them in our model for those specific input variables. So the Encompass model can use those inputs at the annual level or at the monthly level. And so we asked in discovery for monthly peak and energy and used those responses as our load inputs.
And so this is the issue that you addressed in response to Mr. Roberts. Is that right? Or one of the issues in response to Mr. Roberts, I think it might have been, he called it the load shape issue.
Sort of. They are distinct things. The load forecast tends to refer to peak load and annual energy, or those monthly variables, as I've just discussed. But there's also a load shape that is input into a capacity optimization and production cost model in order to generate an hourly load profile. And so it is those two combinations that produced the orange load shape that were part of, that was part of Mr. Roberts' exhibit.
Okay, and so that's helpful actually, because there's a difference between a load forecast, which is the Duke data, and then the load shape, which is something that Encompass shapes, I guess, from Duke's data to be used in the model. Is that your testimony?
That's right. And the load shape can, it's not just what's used in Encompass. It's simply an hourly profile for load. They are published in FERC 714 data historically, and then in any sort of model that is considering hourly loads, it will use a load shape to do that.
Okay, and you heard Mr. Roberts' testimony that the load shape in your Synapse report in figure 4, let me pull it up just so we're looking at the same thing. This load shape that you went through with your counsel earlier is a shape he's never seen before in his 20 years of running the system.
I think he was actually referring to the load shape in figure 5, which is slightly different because it includes the assumed Synapse energy efficiency, but his critique holds for both of them, or it's the same for both.
Okay, let me just pull up figure 5 here so we're making sure that the critique holds for both. So,
His critique applies to both, yes.
okay. And so your response to that critique, if I heard you at the outset of your testimony, I think you said it was apples to oranges perhaps because he was looking backwards at a peak day in 2018 and you're looking forward to 2030 to a peak day assumed for resource planning. Is that your testimony?
That's part of it. And I also mentioned the penetration of distributed solar generation on the system, which could alter the load shape because it is removed from load as opposed to being added as a resource. And then it has to do with the way that Encompass applies an algorithm to generate peak and off-peak days using the input variables that were given to the model.
Okay, but just to be clear, the I guess what I understand to be net load of solar, that's down here in this trough, right? That's your point in terms of the load shape. That doesn't relate at all to this. Can we call it a needle peak, or do you have a better term for it? I don't.
I think that's an appropriate term.
Okay, so this needle peak, Mr. Roberts said, doesn't exist on the Duke system. Never seen it. Don't know what it is. It's not something he's ever seen, and it didn't happen in 2018 and what he put on the figure filed with the commission. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, and did you do any investigation to determine whether this type of needle peak ever, I mean, is this something a system operator would have seen, or is it possible they will see in the future? Why does your modeling have this significant peaking load shape that Duke's saying doesn't exist in real world operations?
I think that system operators commonly refer to this morning winter peak and the need to build a resource portfolio that is going to be able to generate sufficient energy to meet this peak. I don't know that I've ever seen a utility present in its in testimony or in other documents a load shape. So this is the first time that I'm discussing in testimony this particular issue.
Okay, but you would agree with me that it's really important to figure out what load shape you're planning for, because that then impacts what generating capacity you need. If you're planning for this needle peak 2-hour battery storage might be really valuable, but if you're planning for a load shape that looks more similar to what Mr. Roberts is saying he experiences day in and, well, maybe not day in and day out, but on peak days in the company service territory, you need longer duration dispatchable capacity. Isn't that fair?
I agree that the load shape is going to partially determine generation patterns and could influence the resource mix that's chosen in a capacity optimization model. That being said, models are faced with load shapes that look different season to season, month to month, sometimes even day to day. And the model has to figure out the best portfolio of resources to meet all of those load shapes. And so, as I've talked about in supplemental cross-examination or supplemental testimony, I'm not sure what to call it, there is extra gas generation on in our reasonable assumption scenario that can ramp up to meet a peak that is flatter and not so much needle.
So where did this needle peak come from? How did it make it into your report?
So as I've stated, we asked Duke in discovery for its load shape. It provided us with values, which we then incorporated. Encompass applies an algorithm to those monthly peak and energy values and the load shape values to come up with an hourly profile for peak and off-peak days in each month. And so this is partially a result of that process. Duke has said that it's going to be moving toward Encompass, and I suspect that in future IRPs, if we ask for load shapes, we would get the one that they used in their own Encompass modeling, and we wouldn't run into this same problem. But System Optimizer, which is the model that Duke used in this proceeding, doesn't use this hourly load shape. It uses what's called a load duration curve. And that doesn't simulate hourly variation. It stacks the load hours from high to low. So instead of looking like this, and if you placed several days together, you would see lots of up and down over the course of a month. A load duration curve looks more like a flat line or an angled line that goes like this. And I apologize to the court reporter who cannot record my arm at an angle, but that is what a load duration curve looks like generally. And when you are modeling resources using a low duration curve, that favors a system that looks more traditional in terms of baseload intermediate peaking resources. More like the nuclear and fossil units that made up a resource portfolio in the past. System Optimizer has a hard time modeling intermittent resources like solar and wind, which have daily patterns to their generation, and a very hard time modeling storage, which is designed to absorb excess energy on the system in hours when there is such, and then discharge it in peaking hours when it's going to be most valuable. So that was a long answer to just suggest that the Synapse modeling and the Duke modeling looks different, and you can't necessarily translate the inputs from one model to another and have them look exactly the same.
Okay. I'd like to talk a little bit more about that. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to mark for identification and introduce another hearing exhibit. But at first, I'll lay some foundations so we can move along. Ms. Wilson, and I'm going to enlarge the size so you can see it here. And I provided this to you and council and to the commission. This is DEC, DEP, R. Wilson Cross Exhibit 2. Have you had a chance to review that prior to us speaking?
Again, only briefly.
Understood. But you would agree that this first page here is a data request that Duke sent to the parties that you are appearing on behalf of or providing expert commentary on behalf of in the North Carolina docket. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so it requests all the work papers that you used to develop your two portfolios, which would include the development of the load shape. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so the load shape that is the apples to apples, so to speak, load shape is not the 2018 load shape that Mr. Roberts was so concerned about and raised in his supplemental testimony, but it's a load shape for January 22nd or January of 2030. Is that right?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
You made the comment earlier that Mr. Roberts' testimony wasn't apples to apples. He wasn't looking at the same thing you were. He was looking backward to 2018 and a peak day there. You're looking ahead to 2030 and the peak day that the companies are actually planning for in the future. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And would you accept that this orange line looks and it is representative of the same load shape that you used in your figure 5 and developed supporting the Synapse report?
Yes, I think the scale is off, so it looks slightly different, but
Fair point, and thank you for making that comment. So just for the commission's information, Ms. Wilson, would you agree that in your figure 4 that we went through a moment ago, the scale is 35,000 megawatts at the top end, so it's a little pointier and you're closer to the top of the table, whereas in this exhibit we're looking at here, the scale is at 40,000, so it makes it a little flatter, maybe is the simple way to put it. Is that fair?
that's right, yes.
Okay. And so I think you mentioned that the companies provided you data to develop your load shape and that I'm going to give you my lawyer's explanation for modeling speak of you couldn't take their file and insert it into your model. So you had to recreate it or manipulate it in such a way that it worked within Encompass. And I don't want to use manipulate in a pejorative sense, but I guess I'm just trying to establish that this is not a Duke issue. This is an Encompass / Synapse issue in terms of the load shape that's created here.
So no, I will say that your restatement is not correct. We did not manipulate the data prior to entry in Encompass. We took the data, the load shape that was given to us by Duke, and we input it into Encompass directly as it was given to us. Encompass then applies an algorithm in order to be able to simulate a peak and off-peak day for each month of the year. And so simply put, Duke's output load shape was not compatible with Encompass in a way that would allow it to produce this blue line load shape because of the algorithm that was being applied. And so I don't think that is, it certainly wasn't intentional. It was not a manipulation of data. It was simply a matter of models not matching up. And it's impossible to know from the outset how that is going to, how that might happen, because in different utility proceedings, capacity optimization and production cost models have been called a black box. You can't see what goes in it unless you are a trained modeler, and in very few jurisdictions are interveners granted access to utility models. So anyone would have to have experience operating the particular model used by the utility to understand the data inputs that are going into it and how the model produces the output results that come out. System Optimizer was not particularly widely used across the industry. I can think of one other utility that used it, and I've been trained on a lot of utility models. I've been trained on System Optimizer, but I never used it for a single case. And so, this one in particular is very challenging to navigate for any intervener, even those that have direct modeling experience. So I think this was really almost impossible to foresee going into this modeling exercise.
Okay, that was a lot to unpack there, but let me just ask a simple question. So would you agree, subject to check, that this blue line is in fact the company's assumed load shape for resource planning in January of 2030?
Yes.
Okay, and that information was provided to your clients and inputted into Encompass, and my non-modeling understanding of the answer you just provided is Encompass took that data and created this load shape. Is that generally correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but would you agree with me that what Duke needs to plan for is the blue line? So while the peak hits the same point here at around 8 a.m., in the real world, the Sammy Roberts in 2030, hopefully Mr. Roberts is still in that position with us, but if it's someone new, they're going to be planning for this point in peak, but they're also going to be planning for all of this energy throughout the day following this blue line. Is that accurate?
Sure, the shoulder periods and then the smaller evening peak, yes.
Okay, and just there's a fairly significant amount of unserved energy, I don't know what else to call it, between your orange line here and the blue line up here. Is that correct?
You can't call it unserved energy because you're not showing generation in this chart. There is, again, if you go into the work papers and look at the output for each of Duke's units, you will see that there is space for each of them to generate more in these, again, shoulder hours and then afternoon peak. We are meeting the needle peak with a variety of resources, a portion of which is gas. And so the gas units can provide energy in these, white spaces between these two lines.
Okay, would you would you accept, subject to check, that it takes 34% more energy to serve the blue line than it does to serve the orange line?
Subject to check, that looks generally correct.
Okay, and so the companies in the real world, their IRPs and their future system operations have to plan for and meet this blue line, not the orange line, correct?
Sure, and again, in the Synapse modeled scenarios, both of them use a load shape that is very similar. It's not exactly the same because of the energy efficiency, but very similar to this orange line. And so if there was a need to add resources, you would need to add them in both scenarios. And so you're adding cost to both, and still the important thing to consider is the delta between those two scenarios.
And you've mentioned that a couple of times, and I just want to make sure I understand it, because it sounds to me as a non-modeler that you're essentially saying we were directionally wrong in both scenarios. So ignore the fact we were wrong and just recalculate it based on the fact that both were impacted in the same way, whether it's assuming 1,700 megawatts of nuclear capacity existed that doesn't, or whether it's modeling to the wrong load shape. It affects both models, both portfolios the same, so not a big deal. Is that what you're telling the commission?
You said that I'm suggesting that we're directionally wrong, and I don't think that's correct. What I'm suggesting is that the adjustment to be made would be directionally the same in both scenarios.
Okay, what was the capacity?
Because the Mimic Duke scenario is already more gas heavy, then it might add, slightly fewer resources, but there's still, there exists in the current version of the Synapse study a delta that would need to be made up, and that delta is quite considerable. So you would add more capacity, but you also have, those are cheaper resources to operate. Solar and wind compared to coal and gas on an energy basis is a cheaper resource. And so there are benefits to the system of adding more of those resources and then of adding storage in order to displace solar energy at times when it's economically beneficial to do so. So at times of high cost energy on the system.
Okay. I'd like to now turn to page 1 of your report, please.
And will you put that on the screen?
I can do that, yes. Do you not have a copy of your report?
I do have a copy, but if I'm not sure if you need me to pull it up or if you're going to show. So I would.
No problem at all. I can. It's just a little tricky with the size of the font trying to navigate this, but I think this should be able to do it. Okay. Do you see the highlighted language here?
I do.
That's where it gets tricky. All right. So this is where you're summarizing the high points, the executive summary of your modeling, and you highlight all these conclusions based on the modeling, assuming it was correct. And one of the bases for your conclusions is that you say the Synapse model generates these results while maintaining Duke's full 17% planning reserve margin. And you say Synapse modeling reliably meets load in every hour of the 15-year planning period with no loss of load or unserved energy. So why did you bold maintaining Duke's full 17% planning reserve margin?
As we've seen in this proceeding, reliability is an important metric. And so we wanted to highlight that in these results.
And just remind me, the commission, what is a reserve margin? What are you solving for by including reserve margin? And are you accepting? Yep, I'll start there.
Yep, a reserve margin is the amount of capacity above the forecasted peak load that you would, or that a utility would need to maintain on its system in order to ensure reliability in those hours in which your actual load is above that forecast. So it's like extra capacity on the system just in case.
Okay, and so Strape Consulting and witness Winter Mantle, who testified earlier in this proceeding, developed a detailed loss of load expectation, or LOLE, study for the companies in 2020, and that's where that 17% came from. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you thought that study was reasonable to use for purposes of your alternative resource plan that you developed. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that other witnesses did critique that study, but for the sake of this analysis, we use the 17%.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if I could, I would like to introduce another hearing exhibit. And Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Did I move the last hearing exhibit into the record? I know that I introduced it, but I don't recall that we actually made it a formal hearing exhibit.
No, sir, you did not.
I apologize. I'd like to do so at this time, and then I will mark this next one for identification and maybe permit me to do two at once. If I can lay a foundation for this one, we can move the next two at the same time.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, this is DEC DEPR Wilson Cross Exhibit 3, which was provided to you and your counsel and the commission earlier this afternoon. Have you had a chance to review this?
Yes, briefly.
Okay, and would you accept that this is a data request from Duke to your clients asking for your summer and winter reserve margins for DEC and DEP by year for both of the portfolios that you developed in your Synapse study?
That's correct.
Okay, and this data here, which we'll walk through in a little more detail in a minute, is the data that you provided, highlighted with some colors by Duke, based on your modeling and analysis. Is that accurate?
That's right.
Okay. And so the third page is a summary that we'll go through. So, Mr. Chairman, if I could, if there's no objection there was no objection to the last exhibit, which was Wilson Cross Exhibit 2. I would like to move that into evidence, and in the interest of expediency, if we could move Wilson Cross Exhibit 3 into evidence, I'd like to do that at this time as well.
Wilson Cross Exhibit 2 and 3 will be marked for identification purposes and entered into the record as a composite exhibit. That composite exhibit will be hearing exhibit 58.
Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Wilson, so returning to this data that you provided, well, let me just take a step back. So this is your response providing your reserve margins that you used in developing your study. That's what we just agreed on?
Yes.
Okay. And so the purpose of this was to identify for each year of the study that you're meeting the 17% reserve margin. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, and so the MD island over here that's the Mimic Duke case. Is that what that stands for?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and the EPR no gas, what does that mean?
Earliest practicable retirement, no gas. So this is the reasonable assumption scenario.
Okay, so earliest practical retirement of the company's coal fleet and adding no gas equals reasonable assumptions under the modeling scenario. That's what's in yellow here. That's what that shows?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And so this column I here is intended to reflect the reserve margin for each year of the planning period. Is that right?
That's right.
2021 through 2035, and then again down here as well?
Correct.
Okay. And we started in your study where you say you maintain Duke's full 17% planning reserve margin. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. But then here, am I correct that the reserve margin that your Mimic Duke portfolio produced in 2029 was only 14.1%, and in 2030 was 16.3%, and in 2032 was 16.2%. So in those 3 years, it was below the 17% reserve margin that you were maintaining in your study?
So that's correct with respect to Duke's owned resources and firm capacity. What happens in the Encompass model is that there is what's called a capacity penalty price, and that is set at the net cone value and sometimes net cone plus something else. And net cone represents cost of new entry for a gas unit. It takes into account the capacity cost to build, or the capital cost rather, to build the resources, and then it's net of the energy value that is provided by that resource. And so that capacity penalty that is in Encompass is applied to instances in which there is less utility-owned capacity on the system. So in the case where the reserve margin is 14.1, and it applies that penalty price to the capacity deficit in order to meet the 17% reserve margin in every time period in which that would be necessary. So we see here in this table that, yes, the reserve margin is below that 17% with respect to Duke's owned resources and the firm capacity value that's given to them. However, the Encompass model is not considering that the actual capacity on the system is less than, or I'm sorry, the cost of the capacity on the system is less than the 17%. So it is adding that capacity penalty price for each megawatt up to the 17% reserve margin and including that in the revenue requirement. So it is being accounted for here. You can consider it to be like a proxy price for a short-term capacity PPA, or you can consider it as, you know, the price that Duke would incur to build a CT.
Okay, but just to be clear, because I'm not a modeling expert, so I generally understood and followed what you said, and Mr. Snyder may be jumping up and down somewhere, but I don't have the benefit of his direct testimony to explain this. The reserve margins that the study produced did not maintain the 17% planning reserve margin that the companies are trying to plan for to ensure they have enough capacity to meet peak days and ensure reliability. Is that correct?
So it does, in the sense that it is accounting for that extra, the cost of extra capacity through that capacity price that's being applied here. And okay. I did actually, unrelated to this line of questioning, I increased the penalty price after this report was filed to be much higher, forcing the model to build additional capacity. And I also, in order to do that, had to lift the annual build limits that you discussed earlier with Mr. Lucas in order to allow the model to build sufficient replacement capacity to get up to 17%. And it actually lowered the revenue requirement in that case, because when you apply just the capacity penalty price, you're not accounting for the beneficial energy that comes from the addition of extra resources. And so there is a benefit to the PVR values on Duke's system when you allow additional resources to be built. And this modeling exercise was somewhat of a balancing act between allowing sufficient capacity to be built in a given year to meet these retiring units and the criticism that we expected from the company that it was impossible to build that magnitude of resources in any given year. Under Duke's earliest practicable retirement scenario, there is a large number of the units that retire in this 2028-2029 timeframe. So you can shift the resource builds from 2032 ahead a couple of years, and your 17% reserve margin moves forward in time, and you build less in the later years, but then that violates those annual build constraints. So
So it sounds like resource planning and modeling is a very complicated exercise. And so the objective of meeting a planning reserve margin needs to be maintained to ensure you have reliability in every year. Is that fair? I'm not trying to pin you down and say you did it wrong here. And I can't really tell if you're saying that you needed to make a correction to what you filed in your initial report, but is it fair to say that the objective of maintaining that 17% reserve margin in every year is of critical importance for system reliability?
And I think I've said that many times during my testimony today, and it is just as difference in the way that that is represented here as a capacity purchase versus actual built and owned capacity that Duke will hold on its system for 30 years or more.
Okay, and I'm sorry, are we finished?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to make sure I understand, so these reserve margins also assume or include in their assumptions the 1,700 megawatts of nuclear capacity that's not owned by the company and not available to serve their resource planning load, their customers in South Carolina, as we discussed earlier. Is that right?
That's right. And I am happy to make a correction to the Synapse report that takes into account those earlier changes that we discussed about the nuclear capacity and file it with this commission. And, you know, I described in my testimony that one of the impacts of that change is to move some of the capacity builds in our resource plan forward in time. Right now, the model doesn't start building until 2024, but it's likely that it would need to build sooner than that if we were to subtract 1.7 gigawatts of nuclear capacity. And it would require an adjustment of build limits potentially when you are considering the absence of that extraneous resource as well.
And just hypothetically, if you were to file a corrected report that addressed these flaws we've talked through today, how long would that take?
I hesitate to overpromise, but recognize the need for speed in this case. I would do my best to have it completed by the end of next week.
Okay, and just recognizing that the company had limited time between discovery in North Carolina and extremely limited time in South Carolina to review your modeling and identify these pretty significant flaws, how long would you say would be fair for Duke to have the opportunity to review your study and make sure that the updated modeling is accurate and appropriate?
Mr. Chairman, objection.
Yes, ma'am.
Twofold. One is Mr. Breitschwartz's continued use of the term significant, despite Ms. Wilson not acknowledging his use of that term in the proper scientific sense. And then second, Mr. Breitschwartz is asking a question. Well, I guess I'll withdraw. I will not. I was going to object on the basis that she might just not know, and but I think it's fair to ask the question. I guess now that I think about it, that if she knows how long Duke will take, then she can answer. So, but I do object to Mr. Breitschwartz's continued use of the term significant, which is vague and has not been defined.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw the characterization of the flaws in the study as significant and just ask the questioning or ask the witness to answer the question with that adjustment to the question, if that's satisfactory.
Okay, please proceed.
Can I answer the question? Okay. Sorry, I wasn't
Your
sure if you
preference,
were
I can
going to ask
restate it,
it.
or if your preference.
I can answer. You know, I would think that it would not take that long because we've been very transparent with our results. We've provided all of our outputs in Excel workbooks that we've already formatted for Duke's ease of use in this case. So, you know, they've had no need to load Encompass inputs into the model, run the scenario and try to reproduce it and go from there. We've given them everything that we need, and it would be the same for a revised report that we would submit.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Wilson, for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Office of Regulatory Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Andrew Bateman with ORS. No questions from ORS. Thank you.
Commissioner questions?
Chairman Williams.
Commissioner Caston?
Ms. Wilson, I know you're probably ready to finish, and I'm kind of tired too, so
I have to go home to 3 young children after this. I don't know about you.
and trust me, it's the easiest days of your life. I'm not familiar with this model or this type of modeling at all. I am familiar with hydraulic modeling. Matter of fact, used to do that years back. I could not do it now.
It's very complicated, to be sure.
It is. But one thing, at least in my experience, was that, you know, we've had a lot of discussion through the course of these 7 days now about inputs, the importance of inputs, which I know you know that. But it was really important, you know, when we were talking about the curve, the blue line and the orange line and such. You do agree that inputs matter?
I do, absolutely.
And in my experience was for establishing the base model, it was paramount to the best of my ability that we have accurate information. For example, the pipes, you know, right diameter pipes, age, but more importantly, what they look like on the inside. Do we have coupons and demands, which sounds easy, but it's not always easy because, you know, where are those demands? And so I know it's complicated and I know it's easy to put the stuff in, this computer runs it and it spits something out. And that said, if I understood you earlier, you did say something to the effect that, you know, relative to, I guess, studying or reviewing the IRP, that you didn't look under the hood. And I'm assuming by that you mean you didn't dig down into the data and really see where it all came from. Is that correct?
So what I mean when I say looked under the hood is look in the interface of a company's model. So in this case, System Optimizer. I didn't have access to that particular model. I couldn't go in and poke around and open boxes and click on links and view data that way. And that is especially challenging for someone who is trying to both critique a modeling study and then also run an alternative analysis. And the reason that that's true is because there are various input assumptions that a company would use. And there are also various constraints that a company can apply. And in the past, those have included things like annual build limits on particular resources, cumulative build limits on particular resources, meaning a model can only build 50 megawatts of solar per year. And once it hits 500 megawatts, it has to stop. And if you're not aware that those constraints exist, you might, as an intervener, understand that to mean that the model only selected 500 megawatts of solar as being economic, when that's not in fact the case. That output result came from constraints that the utility had applied to its modeling for one reason or another. And so sometimes we can ask questions about that, but sometimes we don't know enough about the way the model works to be able to ask those questions. And I am in a particularly unique experience or position from an intervener perspective to have experience running different models, looking under the hood of a number of them. But as I said before, it's been a long time since I've used System Optimizer. And when you do it in a training, it's very different than doing it with an actual utility system. So we can know a certain amount, but I will never know as much as Duke's system planners. And so it's imperative to allow interveners to be able to do this analysis, but recognize that it's not going to be a replication of Duke's system just because of where we're coming from. And, you know, I'm not trying to dismiss the fact that there were errors in the input assumptions that we used. I acknowledge that that mistake was made, and I'm happy to correct it. As someone who has more than a decade of modeling experience, I can speak to the impacts that those changes would have without necessarily having to run them through the model. In terms of direction and magnitude, I can't give you a precise revenue requirement outcome, but I do have a general sense of how specific changes are going to affect output results.
First of all, I'm not trying to beat you up about the model. Believe it or not, I think I made a mistake or two on some of mine also.
It happens, and I think we can acknowledge that they happen and then do our best to correct them.
Exactly. But as we were talking about it and listening to you, I think you said that, I think you said something along the lines, it's important for the commission to understand that the intervener's role is important, but you didn't say it's not realistic, but that the models aren't going to be, they're not going to duplicate the utilities system. Is that generally what you said? Is that correct?
Yeah, so typically the only real way to replicate the utility system is to use the same model that they've used and ask them to provide their exact input files and use those as a jumping off point. So I was recently involved in the Excel IRP docket in Minnesota. Excel also uses Encompass, and so we were able to do that and start with the utilities database and work from there. Duke, as I understand it, is moving toward Encompass. So in the next IRP, we may be able to do that same thing. But in this case, it was a little bit more challenging because we weren't starting with that baseline.
I understand. And again, I'm not saying that a distribution of hydraulic model is similar to this at all. I suspect models are models. You know, we typically, instead of, used like Hazen and Sawyer, different equations, and different models used, different equations. But one thing that I do recall, especially in the earlier years, I got good at running the model. I ran the model a lot. I understood the model. But to be very candid with you, until I started working with the utility, because, I just done consulting engineering, until I started working with the utility, that's kind of when I really understood what I was doing and why. Does that make sense to you?
It does, sure. I think you had a context for your modeling when you were working for a utility that you didn't have before.
Right, and I don't mean it in a derogatory sense towards you, because I have confidence that you understand the model, you know how to run the model. But from the utilities perspective, it was very important because we were in what I would consider a relatively high growth area. So we wanted to make sure to update that at least every 5 years, because we wanted to update our master plan really every 5 years. And it was important because we needed to make sure we were putting the appropriate stuff in it. That said, ask you a couple other questions. Well, does that make sense to you? Do you agree with that basic statement I made?
Yep, absolutely. And you know, the thing that you just finished on was you want to make sure that you put the appropriate stuff in it. And I think that that's really the difference between our modeling and Duke's modeling. And that's the thing that we're asking them to change here. We're not specifying an outcome. We're simply asking, or I'm simply asking in my recommendations, that Duke be asked to run the model with lower costs for particular clean resources. And I said this earlier, but I will bring it up again because I think that it's important. Oftentimes utilities run what I refer to as sensitivity scenarios, where they change one particular output and see how it affects the resource plan. Or I'm sorry, not an output, change one particular input and see how it affects the resource plan. And for a long time, and still today, the natural gas price was one particular variable in which utilities would often run sensitivity analyses. And now I think technology costs are a very important input assumption in which utilities should be asked, at the very least, to run a sensitivity analysis. Because Duke should be in a position to understand what it will do if solar costs are 10% lower than what it's forecast, or if wind costs are 10% lower than what it's forecast, and how those cost changes are going to impact the resources that it adds to its system. Because those costs are changing very rapidly. And so Duke would be well positioned to have an understanding of what changes in technology costs are going to do to its resource plan.
Agree. But if I've understood, I guess, some of the witnesses from Duke, clearly they believe they've done that. Now, clearly, you don't agree. And I guess that's why we're here doing this, isn't it?
Sure. And I'll say that I haven't seen that they've provided that information in this docket. Perhaps they have done that analysis behind the scenes, and I certainly think that it would behoove them to do it, and just haven't presented it here. That's very possible. I think utilities run these types of models for a lot of reasons that are in addition to doing modeling scenarios for the IRP.
All right, well, let me give the scenario first. We did our master planning, our model, and we would come up with, say, in the year 1 through 5, these projects, year 10, 5 through 10, and up to 20. And the further out we got, the less certainty, we had. But even the 0 to 5 year projects, we did not use the numbers, everything we had from the model to say, okay, that's the project, we're going to do that one, we're ready to go, because it just kind of told us what we needed to do, but then we needed to evaluate those projects. We had to design them, get real numbers. Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely, yep. And there were a couple of different elements there that you discussed. One of which is the only thing we can know with certainty is that the future is uncertain, right? We truly have no idea what 2030 will look like, though we do our best here today to make forecasts around it. And Duke is in the fortunate position where it doesn't have a near-term capacity need. And so it doesn't need to build anything next year. I think that it can take the time to evaluate what the best builds might be, both from a capacity perspective, an energy perspective, a reliability perspective, a risk perspective, really weighing all these factors and determine what is the next best step. Understanding that yes, we are going to also have to meet capacity need in 2030. And so I'm not discounting that long-term outlook, but Duke also needs to focus on how it can integrate clean energy resources in the near term, and really seek to minimize those gas investments to the extent that it can.
Okay, one final thing, and I'll quit. There's infinite number of runs you can make on a model. My experience was it wasn't essential, at least in what we were doing. You run it 900 times to tweak to get the nth degree of certainty on something that's not certain anyway. So, is it reasonable to assume that a good enough model's probably good enough if you don't know what the best is? I mean, how can we know what the best is, especially if we're running a model that looks at the 60,000 foot view? Does that make sense?
It does. And this, I'm going to really try not to get too technical here.
Thank you.
There was a generation of utility planning models that were developed as integrated resource planning started to develop in the 80s. And the model of choice for many utilities was called Strategist for a long time. And that model was developed by the same vendor that sells System Optimizer. And those two models are different, but not too different in their methodology. And so the basis for Strategist was a time when you had hydro resources, nuclear resources, coal, gas Cs and CTs, but gas prices were extremely volatile. And you had load that was growing continuously and at a decently high rate for a long time. And so the Strategist model was well suited, but simplistic, but it did the job for that particular time period with that set of resources that operated in a specific way. And while System Optimizer is an evolution of that model, I wouldn't call it a next generation utility planning model. And those types of models are Aurora, Plexos, Encompass. There are a couple of others that are not as widely used, but those take into account in a better way the addition of wind resources, solar resources, battery storage. They're able to account for all of the variables that make a difference from a benefits perspective for these resources and properly account for them. So I would say that, yes, Duke is using a 60,000 foot model in this case. And that used to be okay, but it's increasingly not okay because it's undervaluing all of these intermittent resources and the benefits that they're providing to the grid.
Well, I certainly didn't mean to imply that because
and maybe I misunderstood your question or misinterpreted
well,
it. And
well,
if I did, I apologize for that.
That's okay. I didn't mean to imply that I thought Duke's model was a 60,000 foot range. Actually, they've talked about how thorough it is, but debate for another time, I suppose. You've been very gracious and candid. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner, questions for this witness? A couple of questions for you, ma'am. I'm interested in the savings that the commission can provide to ratepayers. I'm looking at your report on page, it's in the executive summary, page 1, first bullet point, synapse, model produces an alternate clean energy resource portfolio that reduces total system cost by $7.2 billion. How much of that would be in South Carolina?
It would depend on, let me preface that by saying, I don't know the answer to that as we sit here today. It would involve looking at the allocation of how rates are calculated based on the company's different generating units and who pays for what in which state. So I'm not sure what South Carolina's portion of that would be, but any portion of 7.2 billion would be sizable.
So what is that supposed to mean to the Public Service Commission of South Carolina if you can't tell
That
us?
should mean that under these results, South Carolina ratepayers save money. And that savings appears in their energy bills every month as a result of increased energy efficiency and the avoidance of fossil generation resources, the benefits from the perspective of cheaper energy from the renewables that are included here, and they will see that savings every month.
But you don't know how much. I just want to make sure I understand. It's something, but we just don't know how much.
That's correct. I didn't do a rate and bill analysis as part of this study.
I see that at the top of your report, you have clean, affordable, and reliable. Is clean energy more important to you than reliable energy, or do they have the same value?
I think they have value, and that value manifests itself differently in different ways. Obviously, the value to reliability is that consumers have consistent electricity that they can count on. They are reasonably certain that their lights are not going to go out, and that makes a difference in people's quality of life. The clean component has a few different effects, some of which are more concrete than others. But when you are replacing fossil-fired resources with clean resources, you are gaining an emissions benefit. And that's not just CO2, it's also sulfur dioxide, oxides of nitrogen, particulate matter, mercury, and those cause health effects. If you are living next to a coal-fired power plant, you are more likely to have asthma and any number of other diseases that are related to those pollutants. That's one element of clean. The climate change impacts are another, and that influences people's lives in a number of ways that sometimes we don't think about, but that would be instances of flooding, severity of hurricanes, property values because of where your house is located on the coast. And then the affordable component is that these clean resources, because they rely on fuels in the form of solar and wind that are free, there's this cost benefit to them, which we were discussing in your previous question. So I think that all of them are important, and people value them in different ways, and they show up in and have an effect on people's lives in different ways.
So my question is, how do you value them? Are they equal? Or is clean more important than affordable and reliable since it's first in the trilogy?
I don't think the word choice was intended to designate order of importance for sure. I think that in this proceeding, we've seen that reliability trumps everything. I've spent quite a bit of time talking about it today, and so have most of the other witnesses, I think. And the commission's number one priority is to ensure that the lights stay on. And so I certainly recognize that. And I think all of the other interveners who have spoken recognize that as well. It's just possible that we have slightly different perspectives on how best to achieve that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with the Office of Regulatory Staff?
Generally, yes, and I did hear your questions for Mr. Lucas earlier.
Were you able to listen to any of the testimony from their expert witnesses?
Unfortunately, I was not. I do know some of them as our paths have crossed previously in other utility dockets and other electricity matters.
Well, I need you to help me with something. We're about at the end of the proceeding, and so I really need your help. You think you can help me out?
I'm going to do my best.
My understanding of the Office of Regulatory Staff's role is to represent the interest of the consuming and using public. I think that's a pretty important task because you can argue they represent a population or a group of people that probably will never watch one of these proceedings, never come to the commission. Their main interest is whether or not the lights work, whether or not the heat is warm and the air is cold. And so the Office of Regulatory Staff, they put up some witnesses, expert witnesses, that had very positive things to say about the Duke Company's IRP. And in the face of that, there hasn't been, from where I sit, one acknowledgement, not even a teensy-wincy bit of a concession that Duke's IRP, as presented, is reasonable and prudent by any of the clean energy interveners, expert witnesses. And I just give you that as a background. And so now you're the last one. I want to ask you whether or not Duke's IRP, any portion of it, is reasonable and prudent.
I think that, as we've talked about off and on over the course of the afternoon, we've discussed the input assumptions and how those affect the outcomes. And different people will view forecasts of input assumptions differently. Prudency, in my experience, has been defined as what a reasonable person would have known at the time that a decision was being made. And it's true that reasonable people aren't going to agree 100% of the time on what the proper forecast for gas prices might be, forecast for technology prices. And so using the input assumptions that Duke used, they get one specific resource plan. And that's true because we replicated pretty closely Duke's resource plan using its own input assumptions. And so the difference, I think, is which input assumptions do you change and which ones are going to have an effect on the outcome. And what we've seen here is that a small change to very specific input assumptions leads you to a different type of result. And so the type of plan that you would get under one set of assumptions isn't necessarily going to look different when you use a different set of assumptions. And the way that utilities test this is by running multiple scenarios and by doing sensitivities around those results. So changing input values to see how that affects your resource build and then your cost over time. And while Duke presented a few different plans, choosing one as its kind of preferred plan, there wasn't a plan that altered those tech assumptions or the costs for technology. And so that is really what we're asking Duke to do in this case. And so you might judge prudency based on the input assumptions that Duke has used, and are those reasonable, or are those outcomes reasonable given that set of input assumptions? But then under a different set of input assumptions, your outcome is going to be different. And so the challenge lies in figuring out how to value those input assumptions and make use of the results that you have, which is why I suggested that Duke, for its own information, should run a scenario with these lower technology costs, because then it will know, as it's watching the market and it sees, solar prices hit a certain level, they think, oh, we should be adding more solar to our system because we've done these scenario analysis and we know that this is going to be beneficial to our customers. And so having more information is always a good thing. Running a plan with these suggested updates is going to give Duke more tools in its toolbox to make good decisions for ratepayers. And different, commissioners are going to have different opinions on that, I think.
I totally.
And people are in the position of judging that, and that is not an easy task.
Oh, I agree with you that it's not easy, and I agree with you that my colleagues will have differing opinions. I'm really interested in your opinion. Is there any portion of the Duke IRP as presented that's reasonable and prudent?
Duke is modeling, really for the first time, retirement of its coal units. And I appreciate that, and I commend them for that. However, I do think that there were flaws in the analysis that underlie that path. And so correcting those flaws might lead to a different outcome. I think that Duke is doing a better job making renewable resources available to its model to be selected. But I think its choice of tool is hampering that effort, because all else equal, the system optimizer model is not going to select solar, wind, and storage resources just because of the way it's set up. And Mr. Snyder says as much in his rebuttal testimony. So there are still improvements that can be made. And I believe that a reasonable and prudent plan is one that attempts to also minimize risk to ratepayers. And so that includes looking forward, trying to meet the corporate goals that you've set for yourself, trying to meet state goals in the states in which those goals apply, and making sure that ratepayers in 20 years aren't suffering from the resource choices that were made today.
And so is the answer to my question, yes, there's a portion that's reasonable and prudent, or no, there's not?
I think that there are individual elements to the plan that might be reasonable. I think that it's hard to tell without a basis for comparison if the plan is itself as a whole is reasonable and prudent. And we haven't been provided that basis for comparison by Duke yet. And so, that's the reason why we're asking for Duke to rerun its model, because I just don't believe that you have enough information at this point to be able to make a determination that yes, it is reasonable and prudent.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
I have no more questions for you. Any more questions for this witness from the commission? Any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do have some questions on redirect. Thank you. This is Attorney Thompson for the Clean Energy Interveners. Ms. Wilson, since we haven't had a chance, since we're not able to confer since you've been under oath, let me just ask, as a mom, do you need to get home to your children?
My husband says he is feeding them dinner, and so we will see what that looks like when I get home.
All right. I wish him luck. My husband is texting me about dinner, and he's told them they've got to fend for themselves. Okay, let me see. Let me just sorry. I think I can. Bear with me just one moment while I organize my papers. Okay. Let's see. Where should we start? Mr. Breitschwert asked you some questions about flaws in the report and errors. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And just to clarify this, I think for the record, we were served with discovery requests from Duke about the original report, with regard to the original report.
You broke up a bit there. I'm not sure if it was just for me or if it was for others on the call as well.
It was for
I
all of us.
apologize. I think it's the weather. I apologize, and my connection's not great. I'll ask again. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the original report that's in apps filed, you're aware, did you assist with answering discovery requests with regard to that report?
I did, yes.
And did you also assist with answering discovery requests with regard to the corrected report?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you and your team do your best to use accurate data in developing both the original and corrected report?
We did, yeah.
And did you review Duke's data inputs, and did you review Duke's own data inputs that it used in its own modeling?
We reviewed some of those inputs, the ones that Duke had provided to us in response to discovery. I don't know if we reviewed all of them, just simply because we were limited to what Duke gave us.
Okay. So, and did you use any of those? Did you use the inputs that you found to be reasonable and conservative?
Yes, which was most of them.
Okay. and then you changed some inputs, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain why, just very briefly, why you changed some inputs?
Sure. The input values that we changed were related to the costs of wind and battery resources. We believe that those costs were out of line with industry expectations of future cost trajectories, in that they were too high relative to the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, the EIA projections, projections from Bloomberg New Energy Finance, and a variety of other industry sources.
Okay. Mr. Breitschwert asked you about the fact that you modeled the DEC and DEP balancing areas as a combined BA. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and do you recall that Mr. Breitschwert asked you about transmission limits generally?
Yes, I do.
Can Encompass solve for transmission constraints?
Very broadly, it can, but we would have to set up those specific balancing authorities for the 3 different regions, link them via transmission lines, and then put limits on them, you know, whether annual or hourly, in order to simulate those conditions, which is a time-intensive process.
Okay. Is there any other reason why you made the decision to model the balancing areas as a single balancing area?
In part because Duke has said that it dispatches its units over its entire service territory, which is inclusive of DEC and DEP. And there are benefits to doing it that way in terms of providing the lowest cost generation option in a given hour on the system.
Okay. Do you recall some questions from Mr. Breitschwert about the accuracy of the different scenarios and about your different inputs to the scenarios with regard to nuclear capacity, for example?
I
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you trying, in your Mimic Duke scenario, were you trying to replicate exactly a scenario that the company ran?
We
Can
were
you just
not.
explain what, I'm sorry to talk over you. What were you trying to do with that
Sure.
scenario?
In our scenario, recognizing that Encompass is a different model from System Optimizer, and we cannot reproduce the company's outputs, even when we use the same inputs, because of the different algorithm employed by the model, we use Duke's input assumptions, but allowed the model to optimize its own resource build out using those assumptions as a base.
Okay. I was trying to ask a more basic question. What was the purpose? What was the purpose of the Mimic Duke scenario?
It was to produce a revenue requirement that emerged from a portfolio that was more closely aligned to what Duke had produced in its IRP.
Okay, and what is the relevant point of comparison for the reasonable assumptions scenario? Is it the Mimic Duke scenario, or is it the one of the portfolios in the actual 2020 IRPs as filed?
The point of comparison is the Mimic Duke scenario, which I describe in both my testimony and in the Synapse report.
Okay. Do you consider the error in your assumption about the ownership share of some of the nuclear capacity to be a fatal flaw in the Mimic Duke scenario that should, excuse me, to be a fatal flaw that should undermine the key takeaways from your report?
I do not know. In both.
Why not?
Because in both scenarios, we would need to add more capacity to make up for that misrepresentation of the nuclear capacity. When we saw the reserve margin in both scenarios, in the Mimic Duke scenario, it was never high above 17%. So it didn't suggest that there would be no effect in that scenario of removing that nuclear generation. We would need to add additional capacity in both scenarios. We would need to add additional generation in both scenarios. And so the mistake influences both.
Okay. Moving on to the load shape that has taken up a lot of time and attention in this proceeding, or load shapes. Mr. Breitschwert asked you a question, and it was something to the effect of it would take more energy to serve the blue line, which is Duke's load shape, than the orange line, the synapse load shape. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you believe that that is a fatal flaw in your report? And if not, why not?
I don't, and for the same reason that I just described with respect to the nuclear capacity. If the same existing gas resources are present in both scenarios, and we saw that there is room on the system in the reasonable assumption scenario for those existing gas resources to ramp up. The Mimic Duke scenario does have a greater amount of gas-fired capacity, but we're still in the winter peaking scenario going to need to meet our reserve margin, and similarly, that space between the two load shapes will be filled in with gas or other resources.
Mr. Breitschwert, I think, was trying to get you to agree with him that both of your synapse scenarios were directionally wrong. Do you agree with that?
I do not.
Can you explain why very briefly?
Well, I'm not sure what he was intending with that question. And so I'm not quite sure how to respond, but to me, that seems to state that our reasonable assumption scenario is in fact more costly than the Mimic Duke scenario. And I would say that making those adjustments to the errors that he pointed out wouldn't change the direction of the analysis, because we're needing to add capacity and energy in both scenarios.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about some of the conversation you had with Mr. Breitschwert about the differences between models, and I'm going to try very hard not to get into the weeds and ask you to do the same. Okay, Duke uses a model called System Optimizer and a model called ProSim, correct? Currently.
That's correct.
Or in preparing the 2020 IRPs. And Duke produced files from those modeling, I guess, inputs and outputs from those models through discovery, right?
Yes.
And you used, in your analysis, a model called Encompass.
That's correct.
And that is a different model from the models that Duke was using for the 2020 IRPs. So why did you use Encompass instead?
We used Encompass largely because of the challenges and costs associated with the use of System Optimizer. I have asked for quotes for a short-term project license for different models from the same vendor in the past. And for 3 to 6 months, the cost varies between $30,000 and $50,000. just to be able to license the model. And so that is often prohibitively expensive for use in these dockets. So we use Encompass because it is the model that we use in-house for these types of projects, and we are familiar with the operations of that model. There would be some time involved in re-familiarizing myself with the system optimizer model. And then I'll add that it's a better model. It has increased capabilities for simulation of wind, solar, and storage resources. And so for utility resource plans that take these resources into consideration in a capacity optimization, it's better able to account for the benefits of those resources.
Okay. Do you know what model Duke is transitioning toward using, either now or going forward?
They've announced that they're going to use Encompass.
Okay. Let's see, just about finished here. You've actually answered some of my questions already. Chairman Williams asked you about how much of the estimated $7.2 billion would, how much of that would be savings to South Carolina ratepayers? Do you recall that?
I do.
And you're not able to answer that question, correct?
No.
And you are not. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk.
I was just saying, not as I sit here today, no.
And you are not an expert on rate making, right?
No.
Would it, are you familiar with the concept of a jurisdictional allocation?
Attorney Thompson.
As a way to allocate
Attorney Thompson.
costs and savings.
We lost you again.
Payers.
Is Attorney Thompson no longer connected?
Can you hear me now? I'm connected.
Yes, we can.
Attorney Thompson, we did not hear the last question. Attorney Thompson.
Oh, fine for some reason. So it doesn't show. It doesn't tell me when.
Attorney Thompson.
Mr. Chairman, this is Kate Mixon. It looks like Ms. Thompson may have just popped back up, but seems like she was having some
Mr. Chairman.
issues.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've gone back to my office Wi-Fi. Are you able to hear me now? I'm sorry that I apparently lost my connection through the Ethernet.
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm just about wrapping up. I apologize for that. I don't know what I was saying when you lost me.
Are you familiar with the concept of, and then you broke up?
Oh, okay. I was just going to ask you, I know you're not a rate making expert, but are you familiar with the concept of a jurisdictional allocation? So if you have a utility that has operations in 2 different states, are you familiar with that?
Generally, yes.
Okay. So would it be your understanding that the costs and benefits, that any savings would be would roughly be allocated to North Carolina and South Carolina customers according to the jurisdictional allocation for each of the Duke utilities?
Yes, I just didn't have a name for it at the time when the question was asked.
Okay, and I'm let's see, very close to being done. Thank you for bearing with me. Do any of your, I'm sorry, do any of either the questions that you've gotten from Mr. Breitschwert, the errors that he brought to your attention, or any questions from the commission cause you to believe that your report and your testimony were fatally flawed?
No, they don't.
Do any of Mr. Breitschwert's questions or questions from the commission change any of the key takeaways from your report or your testimony?
They do not. No, my key takeaways remain the same. Energy efficiency is an important resource. Duke should commit to retiring its coal as quickly and reliably as it can. Renewables and battery storage add value to Duke's system and result in savings to ratepayers. And minimizing new gas additions to the extent possible is going to minimize risk to customers and avoid stranded costs. Those conclusions remain.
So does anything that you've been asked or any of your answers change your recommendations to the commission that the commission required Duke to redo its modeling with the more reasonable assumptions that were used in preparation of your report?
No, those recommendations are the same.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is all I have. I would like to address one brief matter, if I may, after, well, perhaps while Ms. Wilson is still in the stand. If there's no recross.
Recross?
No, sir.
Attorney Thompson?
Mr. Chairman, if I believe Ms. Wilson has indicated, Ms. Wilson, correct me if I'm wrong, if I misunderstood you, but I believe that she's indicated that she would be happy to make the corrections to the errors that Mr. Breitschwert has pointed out and file a corrected report, and could do that in quite short order. So if the commission would like that to be filed as a late filed exhibit, I just wanted to make that offer.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond to that?
Yes, you may.
So this entire hearing started with a motion to strike because the first corrected Synapse report was filed in surrebuttal testimony, and the company and their experts didn't get the reasonable opportunity to seek discovery as provided, or at least the company's view under South Carolina law, and didn't have the chance to develop pre-filed direct testimony responding to that report. We've now had multiple opportunities for the companies to provide some limited direct testimony on that report. Mr. Schneider had no opportunity to present direct testimony, and both the clean energy advocates jointly, their witnesses, have argued that this is the right report for the commission to rely upon at multiple opportunities during these proceedings. Procedurally, there's no way the company would have a fair opportunity to respond to a modified report at this juncture in the proceeding, and we would have the same objection even more strenuously than we had in the motion to strike we filed prior to the case on the same grounds, essentially. So the companies would object to a modified report being filed in this docket related to the 2020 IRPs, but certainly understand that a new report based on new modeling that incorporates the company's transition to Encompass could be addressed in a future resource planning proceeding. Thank you.
Okay. Attorney Thompson, usually when it comes to late file exhibits, a commissioner requests it. I don't think I've heard any request from a commissioner regarding a late filed exhibit.
That's perfectly, understood, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to make the offer, but I certainly understand if the commission, does not wish to request it. I merely wanted to make the offer because the concept came up, in the course of the cross-examination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is there anything else for this witness? All right.
Not from me, sir.
Ma'am, Ms. Wilson, thank you for your testimony. Hope you enjoyed
Thank you so
dinner
much.
with your family. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right, parties, Duke companies, how much cross-examination do you have for Mr. Hyatt, excuse me?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's very brief, maybe 15 minutes. Mr. Brushwood, I'm not sure if you think there's more than that.
I would agree with Ms. Doolin.
All right, solar interveners. I'm sorry,
Uh,
clean
Mr.
energy interveners.
Mr. Chairman, Ben Snowden here for CCBA. I have maybe 5 to 10 minutes of cross from Mr. Hyatt, and I can try to zoom through as quickly as possible. I don't believe the other clean energy interveners have cross for him, but they can confirm that.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Kate Mixon for CCL et al. We don't have any cross plan for Mr. Hyatt.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. It's 7 o'clock, and if there's not a request by the Office of Regulatory Staff, I think we can take Mr. Hyatt up in the morning. I really would like to push through tonight, but I don't want to have a coup on my hands here in the hearing room. So tomorrow morning, will that work? Attorney Bateman, I saw Mr. Hyatt turn his camera on. He looked ready to go.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe we're ready to go tonight. We're also ready to go tomorrow morning if that's what the commission prefers.
All right, let's take a brief recess. We'll come back at 7:10.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Public Service Commission of South Carolina. We're here in dockets number 2019-224E, 2019-225E. Let's take roll. Present in the hearing room, we have Commissioners Caston, Belzer, and Jay Williams. Present virtually, we have Commissioners Urban, Powers, and Thomas. Attorney Bateman, please call Mr. Hayett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Andrew Bateman with ORS. I call Philip Hayett to the stand. Mr. Chairman, while Mr. Hayett is taking the virtual stand, I would request that the rebuttal testimonies of witness Collin and witness Barron be read into the record as if given orally from the stand, and I'd let the commission know that we've got those verifications and plan to file those tomorrow.
Witnesses Collin and Barron's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hayett, did you prepare 28 pages of rebuttal testimony in this docket, which was filed with the commission on April 15th, 2021?
Yes.
And do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
No. No.
Thank you. And on that date, did you also prepare and cause to be filed both a redacted public testimony as well as an unredacted and confidential testimony?
Yes, I did.
And again, do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to your pre-filed public and pre-filed confidential rebuttal testimonies?
No.
And if I asked you today the same questions as those posed in your pre-filed confidential and your pre-filed public testimonies, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, ORS asks that the pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Phil Hayett be read into the record as if given orally from the stand, and then the pre-filed confidential and unredacted testimony of Phil Hayett be read into the record as if given orally from the stand and remain under seal.
The pre-filed testimony of Mr. Hayett will be entered into the record as if given orally under stand, with the confidential portions remaining under seal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hayett, did you also file, along with your pre-filed rebuttal testimony, one 33-page exhibit marked as rebuttal PH-1?
Yes.
And do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to that exhibit?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Hayett. Mr. Chairman, ORS asks that Mr. Hayett's rebuttal exhibit be marked for identification and entered into the record as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Hayett's PH-1 will be marked. Will be marked and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 59.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hayett, please state the purpose of your rebuttal testimony.
The purpose of my rebuttal testimony is to respond to the company's rebuttal testimony, which addressed ORS's 26 recommendations, including 18 that were proposed for this IRP and 8 that were proposed for future IRPs.
Thank you, Mr. Hayett. Before discussing specific recommendations, will you please summarize ORS's overall assessment of the company's IRP reports and other supplied information based on your perspective after reviewing the company's rebuttal testimony?
Yes. First, I should note that even in our direct testimony, we found that the companies complied with the informational requirements identified in sections 40B1 and 40B2. However, we noted that improvements could be made related to data assumptions and modeling methodologies, which could be useful to the Commission as it considers whether the DEC and DEP IRPs balance the 7 factors found in section 40C1. As mentioned already, we believe that some of the recommendations should be addressed immediately by the companies in this IRP, and some should be addressed in future IRPs. The companies were able to satisfactorily address many of ORS's recommendations in the various Duke Energy witnesses' rebuttal testimony, and the companies committed to address many others by working collaboratively with stakeholders in future IRPs. Tables 1 and 2 of my rebuttal testimony contain ORS's recommendations for this IRP and for future IRPs respectively, and provide the status of each recommendation based on ORS's review of the company's rebuttal testimony. At this point, ORS finds that all but 2 of the 26 recommendations have been addressed satisfactorily, and I addressed one of the recommendations that is still in dispute in my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Hayet. Please discuss the recommendations still in dispute that you addressed in rebuttal testimony.
The recommendation still in dispute that I addressed relates to modeling solar resource options. The company only considered the possibility that it would build and own solar resources and did not consider the possibility that it might be able to acquire lower cost solar PPAs in its resource optimization evaluation. I found that the company's levelized cost for a company built resource was higher than estimates from other sources that ORS identified. The company's argument that 30-year PPAs could be a great deal more expensive than 20-year PPAs is contrary to evidence that the company supplied in a 2019 avoided cost docket, in which the companies discussed 30-year PPAs available to utilities in the region that are lower in cost than the cost model in the IRP. While solar resources do have lower solar capacity value in the winter, resource options should still be modeled with costs reflective of what is available in the marketplace. Given that the 2021 IRP is so near, ORS recommends the company include a lower cost solar PPA option in their upcoming IRPs.
Thank you, Mr. Hayet. Based on your review, do you believe the company has met the requirements set forth in South Carolina Code 58-37-40B1 and B2?
Yes, I do.
And does that conclude your rebuttal testimony summary?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Mr. Hayet. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hayet is available for questions from opposing counsel and the commissioners.
Thank you, sir. Clean energy interveners.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Ben Snowden for the Carolinas Clean Energy Business Association. Okay. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Hayet. I'd like to talk briefly about your recommendation number 18, which relates to Duke's modeling of solar resources in the IRP. I believe you were just talking about that. And your recommendation was that Duke include an additional solar generic resource option in the IRP that reflects the kind of solar PPA prices that may be available in the market. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and you provided $38 per megawatt hour as a possible value based on the results of the North Carolina CPRE program, correct?
Yes, I did. I believe I called it a proxy price that they could use if there was nothing selected as a better option.
Okay, thank you. Did you hear Mr. Snyder testify yesterday that Duke can't do this because it can't be sure whether it could actually procure solar at a price less than its own capital costs?
Yes, I heard his discussion.
Okay, thank you. And you don't discuss that issue in your rebuttal because it wasn't in Mr. Snyder's rebuttal testimony, correct?
I wouldn't say that's why I don't discuss that, but I can leave it at that. I did not discuss that.
Okay. Well, do you recall whether Mr. Snyder discussed that or raised that issue in his rebuttal testimony?
I'd have to go through his testimony. I've seen an awful lot of testimony.
Understood. Would you agree with Mr. Snyder that Duke can't be absolutely certain whether it could procure solar at a price less than its own capital costs?
I would put it this way. I don't agree with the general notion, but the point, by the fact that you use the words absolutely certain, I'm not going to be able to go that far, but I would agree with the notion that I believe that it's available in the market, that it could be identified in the market. I've seen it.
Okay. Well, so would you agree then that Duke could be reasonably certain that it could procure solar at those prices?
I think they ought to be reasonably certain they could procure it at those prices.
Okay. So would you agree that the existence of some uncertainty about the availability of solar at a particular price doesn't mean that it can't be modeled in the IRP, does it?
No. It does not.
How could Duke have handled any uncertainty about the availability of solar at this price, other than just not modeling it?
Well, they certainly could have modeled it at different prices, a lower price, higher price than that. So they could have done some sensitivity analysis or some, additional runs.
Okay. Is there anything Duke could have done to get more information about whether it could have actually gotten solar in the market at those prices?
Well, they could have surveyed the marketplace kind of like I did and look at results of other IRPs and look at results of other filings, look into their own filings where they noted certain things, which I noted in my rebuttal testimony. They could have looked around the region and they could have seen what other utilities were acquiring resources for, which is similar to my experience.
Thank you. So it would have been reasonable for Duke to rely on that market information in formulating their IRP?
I think it would, yes.
Okay. Are you aware, Mr. Hyatt, of other utilities that model solar PPAs in their own IRPs?
Dominion is an example that does, yes.
Mm-hmm. And Dominion modeled 20-year solar PPAs in their IRP, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you assisted ORS in their review of Dominion's IRP, didn't you?
Yes, but I would say that was a different witnesses issue that led to the modeling of that.
Understood. Thank you. But it's your recollection that Kennedy and Associates did not conclude that modeling 20-year PPAs created an unfair comparison or created any problems with Dominion's IRP. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Right. And I believe there's been testimony about this. Would you agree that when it comes to sophistication, Duke's IRP compares favorably to Dominion's?
Yes, I would say that's true, yes.
Okay. Do you see any reason why Duke, with its more sophisticated methodologies, would be unable to include solar PPAs in their optimization model?
No.
Speaking generally, could the failure to consider a less expensive resource alternative lead to selecting a more expensive plan overall?
Well, certainly that's a possibility. Just because I'm suggesting that they should model, my position is they should model the proper prices. They should include it. But there are certainly other issues, such as the capacity value of solar, that will have an impact on the decision to select. There are certain other issues that are considered in the modeling process. It certainly could lead to more solar being selected, but then of course also there's the other interconnection limit issue that plays a role in that. And I'm not making a judgment on that issue. All I'm saying is, yes, lower costs should be modeled, could lead to more selection of solar resources. However, I'm also acknowledging there are other factors in the modeling process that dictate whether or not the solar would be selected.
Understood. Thank you for that. So just to paraphrase you, if I get this correctly, it would not, including solar PPAs in the model, wouldn't necessarily lead to selection of those solar PPAs as the preferred resource, would it?
That's correct.
But it would give a more accurate analysis, wouldn't it?
It would give it would allow for the selection of those resources, which would allow for the possibility of a more accurate result.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions. Do you understand Duke's position in this proceeding to be that it's not required to select a specific resource portfolio in its IRP?
I understand what they're saying.
Okay. Do you understand that to be their position, though, that they don't have to pick a plan in their IRP?
I understand their position on that. I'm not sure what you're trying to get at. I do understand their position on that.
Okay. Well, what do you understand their position to be?
Their position is that the IRP statute is requiring a plan. And their position is that the plan can consist of a number of portfolios. Everything is encompassed within that plan. And, and I think it makes some sense. I'm not going to sit here and disagree. I do believe that they do need to have a single plan, and they do. They have what they call the appropriate plan. They need a single plan for things like avoided cost analysis. I think if you read the statute does say that you have to evaluate numerous scenarios. I think that's consistent, and we all agree with it. And that in doing so, they evaluated 6 different plans. So I think that is, to me, I think that's a reasonable interpretation of the statute. And I do realize that you have to have a single result for other things, such as, like I already said, for avoided costs and so forth. And they've acknowledged that they have selected one plan for that purpose as well. So I don't believe, to give you an answer, I think that you're striving for. My personal view is I don't know that that's unreasonable.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I'm not trying to not trying to get you to disagree with them. I'm just, I guess I want to go back to what you mentioned about, it is the case that there is one plan that's, I guess the ORS report referred to it as the preferred plan, and Duke referred to it as the appropriate plan, right?
Right.
Okay, and that's the base case without carbon plan?
Yes.
Okay, so, and I believe you just testified to this, it's your understanding that Duke is going to rely on that portfolio, the base case without carbon, in other regulatory contexts in South Carolina, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they'll rely on it, as you said, in the avoided cost docket, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they'll also rely on it in evaluating the cost effectiveness of EE and DSM programs, right?
Yes.
And CPCN decisions as well?
Mr. Chairman, this is Andrew Bateman with ORS. I believe Mr. Snowden can ask our witness what our witness's understanding is, but it seems to me that Mr. Snowden is actually asking Mr. Hayat what Duke plans on doing. And on that basis, I would object to the question.
If I may be heard, this specific issue in Duke's reliance on the plan is discussed in the report. And I don't have a lot of questions on this, but this goes specifically to an issue that's in the ORS report.
Objection sustained.
Okay, well, I'll move on from there. I guess I'll say this, or I'll ask you this, Mr. Hayat. So would you agree that Duke's designation of a particular plan as the appropriate plan has consequences that go beyond this IRP proceeding?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And so would you agree that it's important that the resource plan the company relies on in those contexts relies on accurate assumptions and other inputs?
Well, I think of course that it should rely on accurate assumptions. That's certainly true. I think there'll always be debates about the accuracy of assumptions. I don't think that, as we've seen throughout this proceeding, the witnesses are going to agree and disagree to whether or not an assumption is reasonable. I think you're also going to see witnesses, or you're going to see that people acknowledge that assumptions are going to be improved. They're going to be updated. There's a constant process that's going to take place. So there'll always be improvement in accuracy as time goes on. So I think that's something that's very important to be considered is the whether or not something is viewed as being inaccurate simply because at a point in time it'll change and it'll be updated. So I think you must consider accuracy in view of constantly evolving and improving processes.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess my last question is it your view that if Duke relies on the resource plan or resource portfolio it puts forth here in another context, that the accuracy of all the inputs and assumptions should be reconsidered in every context in which it's being used?
Well, I'd probably have to take each situation individually, but if we consider the situation with an IRP, and then we consider the situation, as you said, in another context or another situation like a certification proceeding, it's often my experience that we do take into consideration the data. At the time of an IRP, we use the best information available at that time. Then when the utility goes through perhaps an RFP process and a certification, at that point, it once again has to provide justification based on the best available data at the time to guarantee that the decision that they're making at the time they're locking in is the best. So in that sense, I think, yes, the utility is going to have to update assumptions depending on the situation.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hayat. Those are all my questions.
You're welcome.
Johnson Development Associates.
Mr. Chairman, this is Court Walsh for Johnson Development. We don't have any questions.
Duke Companies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Braceward on behalf of the Duke Companies. Good evening, Mr. Hayat.
Good evening.
Just a few questions for you. Have you been here throughout the day?
I have.
Okay. So you heard my discussion with Ms. Wilson on behalf of the Clean Energy Advocates this afternoon?
Yes, I did.
And have you and your colleagues at Kennedy Associates reviewed the Synapse report?
I think I've read it, but I can't say I've reviewed it in detail or remember everything about it. If you're asking me that, it's quite involved, and I received it when they filed their server rebuttal testimony.
Okay, so you got it on April 15th, which is the same day you filed server rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
Well, I don't want to say that I reviewed it on April 15th, but I reviewed it after we received.
Understood. I'm sure you have a busy calendar, so I'm not trying to pin you down here. I'm just trying to get the general facts. And so you didn't have any opportunity to ask Discovery about that report, is that right?
Not before I filed testimony, no.
And you actually haven't had any opportunity to file testimony because the report was filed the same day that you filed your server rebuttal testimony, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. During the examination of Ms. Wilson, there was some discussion with Commissioner Caston about the company's modeling and the approach the company takes relative to Ms. Wilson's approach of using Encompass, and there was reference to it being the company's approach being a 60,000 foot model. And I just would like your opinion based on your experience and expertise, whether that's a fair characterization of System Optimizer and ProSim, which the companies used in these proceedings.
Well, I don't want to say that she's wrong, because I think that the company is moving away from it eventually, and they're moving to Encompass, and they're interested in using tools that are more current. I don't think anybody today would be switching to ProSim, if they even could, would be switching to ProSim and the System Optimizer as tools for IRP. I think they would be, as she said, they would be switching to models like Encompass and Aurora and Plexos. I agreed with that sort of concept. I disagreed with the concept that System Optimizer and ProSim couldn't be used in the fashion that the company did. The company recognized that it needed to perform more detailed production cost modeling, and for that, after they did, they used the System Optimizer to get an expansion plan. They did additional analysis and more detailed production cost modeling with ProSim. So I disagree with her characterization that it was a 60,000 foot view and you have to go to another model that she has experience with and prefers, which appears to be Encompass, which I don't have any. I think it's a very good tool, and I'm actually pleased that the company is moving to one of those more advanced tools in the future, which happens to be Encompass. But that's sort of my view on her comments.
Okay, and so for purposes of this proceeding and the commission's consideration of the company's 2020 integrated resource plans, would you agree that the company's used a reasonably sophisticated modeling approach that meets the objectives of Act 62 and allows the commission to make the decisions they need to under the Act?
I would say with the exception of the issue that we have in dispute, and that's more of a assumption issue. That's not a model related issue. I would say that's generally true.
Thank you. All right, well, let's talk briefly about the issue in dispute. So page 25 of your testimony, and I can share it if that's helpful. Just real briefly want to make one or two quick points on this. Your testimony was related to solar PPAs that ORS, or I guess your recommendation on behalf of ORS to fairly consider the options available in the market. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, and did you hear Mr. Schneider's testimony on Friday?
I did, but you may have to refresh my memory.
Apologies, it's 7:30 and that was Monday, not Friday, but I'm trying to get us out of here for Tuesday morning. Okay, so was it fair to say that Mr. Schneider felt pretty strongly about consistency in terms of the methodological approach of using capital costs inputs being consistent across all technologies? Do you recall that?
I recall that.
Animated discussion? Okay.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, my apologies. I was trying to move fast. I may have spoke over you. But do you also recall that he expressed a willingness, I think the phrase he used was to bridge the gap on this issue. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your understanding, and I would now reference for the commission's information, this is DEC's IRP at page 158, that as part of Act 62, there's a requirement to do sensitivities and to analyze high and low costs of all different types, whether it's a fuel forecast or the capital costs or resources or projections related to DSM. That's a objective of Act 62 is from a resource planning standpoint to kind of plan for high and low sensitivity options. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that it would be reasonable for the companies to incorporate a sensitivity related to solar PPAs in their 2021 IRP update that addressed multiple price points, which I think you might have testified you thought was appropriate in response to Mr. Snowden a few minutes ago, but just to get some clarity on that would be helpful.
I do, and I think I think in response to Mr. Snowden, my answer is I think at a minimum it should absolutely be done as sensitivities at a minimum. However, the question is that sufficient? Is it sufficient to do a sensitivity that's given little weight, that doesn't go through all the sensitivity analysis with different fuel costs and different CO2? Or would it be better to have it as just a main option, you know, a selectable resource option? We can select a PPA, and perhaps if we didn't refer to it as PPA, but we referred to it as costs that are available to the company, to the customer, resources that could be available to the customers, at those kinds of price and therefore reflective in their revenue requirements that they have to pay for. I'm struggling why that's not a main assumption, for which if the customers could get that sort of pricing, why that's not a main assumption. But I'm certainly at a minimum, prefer to see it as a sensitivity, if nothing else.
And did you hear Mr. Schneider's testimony that the company's, maybe his philosophical view is that he can buy gas and use that to burn in a combined cycle to generate energy, or he can buy solar, and at the end of the day, it's kind of fungible energy only resources that don't provide capacity value, the cost of gas, the cost of solar. So does that commentary help inform your perspective of treating a solar available in the marketplace type option as a resource the company could rely upon for a sensitivity or base case type model?
I'm not sure it does, to be honest, because look, you're already putting limits and constraints in the model for interconnection megawatts of solar resources, and I'm not disputing that, because I think that you've evaluated that, you've got experience with that, you've historically seen that. I think that's an assumption that has to be looked at and continue to be looked at, whether or not that continues to be a reasonable assumption. But what we're talking about is the price of a resource that's available. And if that price is available, I don't care if it's an energy limited resource, or it's a resource that you don't have full control over, any of that. I think those kinds of constraints can be reflected. But I think that the price, when it comes down to the price of the resource, I think it should reflect the price that you can get that energy for. And if you were to do an RFP and go out, which you've noted that Georgia Power went out, did an RFP, and they got 30-year bid, you saw the price they locked into is in the $30 range. And if you go around the country and you look at what other utilities lock into, it's in the $30 range on these sorts of PPAs. So, I don't have a problem with representing the fungibility characteristics of the solar in your modeling process, representing the interconnection limits that you want to model, but the price at which you can get that product for, I think, should be properly reflected. And then it's up to the model to decide if it's economic to select.
Okay. And I think you testified earlier, but just to confirm that having multiple price points would be appropriate in terms of that, including a alternative available in the market solar resource or a PPA type option. Is that your recommendation?
Well, I can explain that further if that's what you're asking.
Well, please do. Briefly, if you could.
Sorry.
That's all right. No problem.
If I used a proxy price of 38 and said, here's the basis for that. But if there still is a dispute over whether it's 38 or whether it's 40 or 42 is the right value, that's where I was coming from in saying that it could be different price points could be examined. But at the end of the day, I think it should be in at some price, even if it's a higher price. I think it should be in as a selectable resource, and you could do sensitivity on the price that you're putting it in. But I think my point is it ought to be a selectable resource. I mean, there's not 100% certainty on what the price of a CT ought to be, or a combined cycle, but you do have a basis for it, and you do put it in. So I thought 38 is a reasonable price, but it should be examined carefully. And if the best way to do it ultimately is to have multiple price points, then put it in at one as a base and then do sensitivity on that base price.
And that approach would align with the requirements of Act 62 to include sensitivities at multiple price points. Is that accurate?
Well, I think it would, except I'm saying put it into your base modeling as a selectable option and decide on what you consider to be the most reasonable price for it, for what could be had, and then put in sensitivities beyond that. But the most reasonable price that it could be had for is less than the cost that you're modeling a company build option for.
Okay, and is this something that you would recommend the companies addressed in their 2021 update?
I absolutely recommend that you address it in the 2021 update. And I recommend that you discuss this as part of the stakeholder process so that parties have the opportunity to give their input on the proper pricing.
Thank you. And that's actually where I was going, is in recognizing this is a complicated issue and there seems to be a lot of strongly held views around the right way to go about it. Is this something that with stakeholders, with your clients, if they would allow you to have that conversation between now and the 2021 update, could be discussed and we could work towards what's a reasonable approach to accomplishing this?
Well, I think the answer is yes. Stakeholders could work together and
okay,
try to address this.
Great. And just a few more questions. I think you said this a moment ago, but the solar interconnection constraint limit, you recall I had a good long conversation with Mr. Lucas about that this morning.
Yes.
And you said a moment ago, you're not disputing that aspect of Duke's modeling. Is that correct?
I did not dispute that aspect. I feel that there could be reasons to limit the solar in that fashion. I think the interconnection queue does hamper the ability to get projects built and constructed. I think that's the kind of input that requires reevaluation over time. Just as I do the capacity value of solar, I think that's a value that requires continuing evaluation over time. But that's what utilities do. That's what the IRP processes are really for. I've been a part of it for many years, longer than the 10 years that we just heard was discussed by the prior witness. And over many years, utilities evolved their processes, their assumptions, their modeling methodologies.
So reasonable for this case, but should be continually evaluated.
Yes.
Thank you. A couple of final questions. There's been a good amount of discussion, and I think you got some questions from Mr. Snowden on this a few minutes ago of what the commission should do in terms of plan versus portfolio and the appropriate plan versus the preferred plan. Is it your understanding that the companies have a short-term action plan that lays out for the next 5 years what the plan is? I shared this with Mr. Schneider earlier, and he addressed it, if that helps refresh your recollection. But this is from page 120 of the DEC IRP, and this lays out under both of the base plans what the plan is, so to speak, for the next 5 years. Is that your understanding of the purpose of the short-term action plan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner questions? Hearing none, redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Andrew Bateman with ORS. No redirect.
All right, closing statements will commence at 12:30 tomorrow. They will be limited to 5 minutes. Make sure you're prepared to make a clear, concise, poignant closing. We are in recess until 12:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I know we just went into recess, but may I confirm that Mr. Hayat is excused from the stand?
Please accept my apologies, Mr. Hayat and Attorney Bateman. Mr. Hayat, you are excused.
Thank you.